Okay, Remy, I don't know what your messages were, but I'm pretty sure my bot thought you were spamming because Twitch just totally freaked out on me right now. I'm guessing you guys can see me again. I went to the Twitch status page. It says status disrupted. So you can see me? Yes? Can we? There has not been consistently good Twitch service in the last like week. Many of my streams have been split up. Okay, you can see me. Yeah, it said real-time chat lines right up until a minute ago was at 0. So I guess all of Twitch had this problem. And now chat lines should slowly rise from 500. It's kind of lagging. And yeah, Darkstorm. Yeah, new haircut. Huh. Do you guys know if this is happening to all of Twitch? Remy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened. See, here's what happened on my screen. I said, I think the stream just cut out. By the way, I didn't see anything in between my message and FPSCS's message or afterward. So I said, I think it cut out. I don't know if it's Twitch or me. Can you guys read this text? And it said, sorry, we were unable to connect. When it finally reconnected, it must have seen 3 messages from Remy and then immediately is like, oh, nope, that's spam. Yeah. Okay, so what did I learn here? I have npm. Now I can require it. Npm equals require npm. And now there's an add user function in here. Yeah. Can I do a toString on this? There it is. Well, Remy, so I don't know what you said because I don't have access to that now. So if you want to type it in again, you can. 13 IRC servers are down. Well, yeah, it does appear that a lot of them are down, but the other thing is, like, why did my video cut out then? That has nothing to do with IRC servers. Their ingest servers must be... Wait, no, all of this is fine. Twitch's main website, API. Oh, here we go. Yeah, and all these are online apparently. Is this a button? No. That our bot has become evil. Alright, so writing the node script I think is not a bad idea. Let's look up npm add user. Where does this even docs? Command line? No, that's not it. I wonder if this be on dev docs. I don't know why. npm enable. I don't even coding style. I just want to find add user, but not the command line one. It went super evil then, huh? Huh. Okay, let's look up npm on GitHub. And maybe in here we'll find add user. Doc. I don't want any of that stuff. This? Yeah, this. But is this command line or what? This looks like command line stuff. Args callback. Username, password, and email. And creds comes from credentials by URI registry. Wait a second. What does this function do? Can I just specify this via set commands? To nerf dart. I don't know what nerf dart is. /nerfdart.js. What is that? Maps a URL to an identifier. Huh. Just run a curl? What do you mean? Okay, well, anyway, they had, I guess I could just try using this. npm.adduser Bob password a@a.com. Let's just try that. Config and callback. Call npm load. Config callback before using this command. So I guess this is what that other site was trying to do, huh? Do I still have that open? Yeah. npm load and then do all of that. Okay. Let's take a look. Username, password, email, and then a function. So I should be able to do pretty much the same thing. Fiddle what request goes to Sinopia for add user and replicate it with curl. Because it'd be hard to make a helper for Node for Ansible, right? It wouldn't be too bad. I don't think it'd be too bad. I just check in this single file, and then I run this, and I make it take in command line arguments. Yeah, I think this will be straightforward. Chef has provisioning for stuff like this. Wait, Chef can handle calling this function better than Ansible can? Because there are many ways I could do this. I think this is the way that makes the most sense with Ansible, at least, which is encrypting the password and maybe even the email. Hey, Civi. Okay, let's try this out. I guess I'll just make a script. npm equals require npm. So npm.load function error if error console.error error process.exit1. Same thing here. Process.exit1. Done false. I don't need that. Console.error. All right. So then if we got here, we know that this worked. I should actually have promises in just vanilla Node, right? Promise.resolve. Yeah, I do. Too bad there's no Promisify. Anyway, so add user, we're going to take these in from the command line. So let's get assert, and I don't really need Lodash here. I guess I can just do this. I'll do this. If process.env. Actually, it could be environment. No, I'll just make it arguments. And how does this work? Node hello. All right, that wouldn't work. It'd have to be arguments to the program. Which I don't know how to do that. -e script arguments. Yeah, since there's no -e console.log hello. Hi. Okay. Yeah, so let's print out process.args.length. I believe that's what this is. Can I read length of undefined? Is it not args? Huh, I don't know. Read command line arguments. I thought it was process.args or process.argv. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's what we need. if process.argv.length, so let's do numargs equals this. If numargs is less than 4, console.error usage, and this I can process.argv0, username, password, email. Process.exit1. Cool, so then there are all of the arguments. So let's get the username, process.argv1, password, and email. And let's use these here. Okay, good. Also, I don't think that's the name of this function, or not the capitalization at least. I'm pretty sure, actually, no, maybe I was wrong about this. npm.add, do both of these exist? They do. Why are there two functions for this? They look like the exact same. Yeah, these look the same. What, did they add these for all different capitalizations? No, just the two, and they're the same? Add user equals npm.add user? Well, they're not the same pointer. Is there a difference between these? I don't see one. Set email. Oops. And then commands.publish. And you can publish the registry. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't even know if I want to do this. I think I just want to do this particular thing. So let's save this here, main.js. So that's all this does now. All right. Well, here goes nothing. So node main.js. Resolve file name. Oh, where did I save this? Oh, whoops, in the totally wrong spot. Hey, Luculus. I didn't see you, Remy. Alright, so now we can run this. It should give us an error. Good. And now I can pass in all of this stuff. So let me think about this. I'm running Sinopia locally. Yeah. Alright, I think I'm running it locally. Let's just try this out. Bob, password, hi@hi.com. Must pass params to add user. Oh, what? Add user takes URI, params, and a callback. I think the API changed here. Is there an add user here too? No. There isn't. Why is this so... So there are two add users. And I think this must have just changed. There's lib add user. Or maybe... No, maybe there's only the one. Where's this other one coming from then? Is this case sensitive searching? Yes, it probably is. So let's search for the other one then. Add user. So there are 18 code results for that. There are 18 for this too. Oh, it's case insensitive. Weird. I don't even know where this other one's coming from then. Hey, good call. What changed? There's been a lot that's changed. I was publishing recap videos. I was publishing recap videos until about 2 or 3 weeks ago. If I recall correctly, maybe I'm wrong about this. You were one of the people who said when you came in this stream, why are you using Windows? And I think you came back once more after that. And then not again since. But perhaps I'm wrong. And if that is correct, then you came in here a long time ago, in which case, yeah, it's been DevOps for quite some time, and some tweaks to the game a little bit, but that was like 2-3 months ago. I don't fully remember what those were then. So yeah, I think the recap videos would be your best bet. Okay, so this is very different. Add user takes in the URI and the params, and the params have auth, params.auth dot all of that stuff. And this does validation for us, which is pretty nice. Okay, this looks correct. I think we got to do things this way then. So we have to get this. I don't know if this takes in a callback or not. Where did my node thing go? It's gone. npm.config.get is a function. Can we just say registry? npm.load is required. What? Interesting. We can. Could always use expect. Oh. Someone was talking about this for something else. I don't know what though. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, this would be much faster, I think, Chief. Huh. Interesting. Okay, let's try this out. Because, yeah, I think this would be pretty nice. So when I want to make use of this, let me think about this. It's when something needs to pull from the code base. So I guess it could be a common task to connect to Sinopia. It's a little confusing, Original Pepper, but I don't think it matters too much. Okay, I think I should make a new script for this. Or I could finish this up. I mean, this is practically done. I would just have to say get registry. Well, I don't know why they have you do this. This takes in a URI for what reason? Registry URI? Why don't they just pull it from the registry for you, though? Yeah, that's a little strange. Yeah, so I'll make a role. I think that makes the most sense then. And solution number 4 is expect module in Ansible. So make a role that will set up pulling from Sinopia. Oh, see FPS. Yeah, I think this makes the most sense. So then instead of common, where we have create user, upload common script, although this will probably also be a common thing. Alright, is there anything I'm going to do that doesn't necessarily need this? I'll just make it common. We'll just do that. Okay, so name, and in order for this to work, we need npm, which should already exist on the machine. Otherwise, install pm2 won't work. So name, set npm registry to point at Sinopia. Oh, but that would involve... That would involve having a variable for that. This is very crazy. So we can say Sinopia host and port. For now, I guess I could just set this manually, but I don't think that's a good idea. I think this is something that should be set in either dev or prod. Actually, no, for now, I think we can just set it here. Okay, yeah, let's go get that. And I don't like doing things this way either. I want to do it this way. Sinopia port. Okay, there we go. So now we do this here. We run command npm registry npm config set registry Sinopia host colon Sinopia port. I don't know if this is going to be an error or not. Because it certainly looks like one right now. Also, we do want HTTP in there, probably HTTPS. Can I put this all in quotes? I think it's just a syntax highlighting issue. So that's a command. That doesn't need anything extra, actually. That's pretty much fine. We just run this like this. And then we run this, we run the command to add a user afterward. This needs to be done. So Sinopia needs to be set up first if we're going to. So that means I need to change around dev hosts and prod hosts. Sinopia needs to be set up first so that the common roles can point at the Sinopia server correctly. Why is this? There we go. So we're going to put this into prod hosts as well. I feel like I'm juggling a lot right now, and that this is maybe not a great idea. npm add user for Sinopia. So here's where we get into the meat of the issue. So npm add user -- registry. That is this command, and then we specify the registry again, so that's already set up. And now we use the expect module. How does this work? Wait, this is an extras module. Interesting. And chdir, maybe that's necessary too. I don't think so, actually. No, this shouldn't be necessary. So I just need to figure out how to use expect. I know there's examples here, but this is this a different task entirely? I guess we can try that out. Expect, oh, oh, never mind. I see how this works. I should have just done this up here. So the command just gets shifted up to here. And then responses, we just need to figure out how it asks for these things. And that should be very easy. We just do npm add user. We don't even need to specify a registry. It should ask us. So username is the first one. But it has a colon there too. How does password work? No, I don't want it. No. What? Okay, I think I did that poorly. Can't whisper the bot with points. Yeah, that doesn't work. All right, so I think I can do this. Username. The username is going to be passed in via a file. So let's put, I don't know if the email address should be in there either. I don't know what the email address is even good for. I'm not going to be, oh, maybe it's where password recovery goes. Let's take a quick look. In which case, yeah, I got to set it to something that other people won't have access to. No, there's no forgot password thing here. What is the email address for? Maybe it's because in the real npm, to change your email address, go to email edit. I'll just make it something at Botland, I guess. So let's go to Infomain again, and then set Sinopia username. We'll set to Atom, or BL deploy. Are you not afraid of someone stealing your code for the game, or is it open source? It's not open source, and I'm also not particularly worried about someone taking the code. One, it's copyrighted. I know copyrights don't stop people from taking code, but two, and this is the more important issue, I guess, is that if I do a good job at making the game and people are playing on the main servers, then it would be hard for someone who copied all of the code to gain traction, because this is an issue of, would you rather play with a player base of 10,000 or the player base of 10? So if someone did copy the code and then somehow convinced people to come over and play on those servers, hopefully there just aren't as many people. So I usually compare things to World of Warcraft for something like that. If you were to go play World of Warcraft right now, you'd be playing with however many thousands of people on the same server, or battle group, or whatever they call them. If you were to play on an emulated server, you might, if you're lucky, have, what, 10,000 people, as opposed to the millions who are on the other ones. And for some people, maybe they want that experience where there's a smaller player base. But I think for most people, you want to have short queue times and be able to interact with people. At least in MMOs, it's different. You might want different things. If the game blows up, it would facilitate clones, which could be somewhat lucrative. Yeah, clones are things that I can't really do anything about, because that's not even them taking my code. That's them taking the idea, more so. And that's something where I just need to make sure Botland's a really good game. And then hopefully people don't go to the clones as much. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of different sort of card kind of games pop up after Hearthstone. And I don't know if they were in development during Hearthstone or not, but it's been, what, 2-something years since Hearthstone was launched. And now there are games like Duelist and what was that other one? Something with fairy in the name, I think. Faria or something. And there's one other one. I don't remember the names. Anyway, I think the same thing would happen with Botland. If this proves that there's a big market for things, then yes, other ones will pop up. How did they do that? Just one massive server? Not really, right? I think what they probably have. Actually, they at one point auctioned off World of Warcraft server auction. This is probably not going to find the right thing. Yeah, these. So this was apparently an entire realm. How do you... I don't know how many individual CPUs or what the stats were on this sort of thing. I'm sure they have many different logical machines for each realm. And thanks, Scorched Yeti. That's nice. As Zara says, I tried to play WoW on a private server because I couldn't afford the monthly cost. So yeah, and that's the thing. For a lot of people, I think the experience will be different enough where you don't want to play on those other servers. And this happens with a lot of other games too, by the way, where sometimes you want to play on other servers just so you can see what it's like to have all the items in the game or do whatever it is. So I think TF2 has servers for just achievements. You just go on there, damage is set to maximum, you get all the achievements you want to get. They have some crazy scenarios, and like that's that. So you go on there, but I don't think people play there normally. Anyways, so Sinopia username, Sinopia email address, bldeployed@bot.land. At least that's a domain I control. So I don't think this is too important, but I don't want it to be an email address for a domain that I don't own. And then finally, there's the Sinopia password. So Sinopia password is going to be vault Sinopia password. So it has to be pulled from a vault, which means we need to check in the vault files too. And I could probably do this, like Sinopia variables. Let's just group all these down to here. Capital R says, so let's say I'm at school. School blocks every outgoing request, any ports but 80 and 443. I'm able to host a game server for this network only. Hosting a game server is how they'll handle incoming traffic. You probably can't host a game server on a school network. Actually, I guess it depends on how you're connecting. If you want accessible to the internet, I doubt you'd be able to do it. Okay, I have these values now. Let's go replace them over here. So the username we replace with the Sinopia username. Then what do they ask? So username, just hi. Then it says password. So password is going to be Sinopia password. And then it asks for email. And it says this is public. So let's get email. Get Sinopia email. Okay, yeah, let's try this out. This shouldn't be hyphenated. Okay. We can connect to everyone on the school network itself. Yeah, so you might be able to host something locally, but for a LAN, let's say, but you wouldn't be able to host it so that, let's say, I could connect to it. I bet your school locks that down. Okay, this is it. Let's try it out. So dev hosts, I moved this up to the top. I added in all the Sinopia variables. I updated the vaults to include what exactly? The Sinopia Atom password. Oh, it's called Atom. Oh, that's not good. Should make it BL deploy. Then I need to recreate all these files. Oh, I don't want to do that. Let's just do this. Let's just change this to Atom. Yeah, otherwise I'd have to modify a lot more than just the files that I have here. I'm not totally sure how this even works, the expect module. I should really look into that before I continue this. It says responses, mapping of expected string and regex, and string to respond with. If the response is a list, successive matches return successive responses. Alright, so I think this is fine. The question or key, Python regex match. Yep. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, so that's everything except for one file, this file, the dev vault. All right, and this is taking place from common, I believe. Common task. Yep. And provision, who is considered common? Sinopia is? That's not good. Oh, that won't work. The problem here is that Sinopia is going to try to connect to itself. That definitely won't work. Okay, we need to make a new role. So, whoops. So let's save this in, I don't know, connects to Sinopia. What is the role here? I'll just call this needs Sinopia. I think that's a bad name, but I'm not totally sure what to do here. So we save this, paste this back in, get rid of this. Yeah, config land is great. So in order to access private NPM modules, I need to configure Sinopia. Okay, So then that's fine. Needs Sinopia can now be used inside a provision. So here, for example, after common, can we do this after common? Install PM2. The order is important. I need to make sure that Sinopia has been set up before I do anything with Node. But after I've created a user and done everything. So maybe there's like a common all right, yeah, stuff that's common to Node. So let me think about this. Sinopia itself needs PM2, but it could set itself as the registry. Yeah, there's actually not a problem with that, is there? The add user part wouldn't work though. But it does need to set itself as the registry. Oh, this is getting very complex. Let me think about this. Sinopia needs that, and probably PM2. But this is done once. Okay, so let's think of the order. So 1, Sinopia sets up once. It needs PM2 and the users / scripts. Everything that goes in here. All right. What does install PM2 do? Stop all PM2 processes. That's all fine, I guess. So Sinopia is going to reach out to the real node for this, which it has to do anyway at some point. And if that broke, yeah, okay. So this is fine, I think. There's so much. I wonder how far away I am from even being done with this stuff, because there are a lot of things that can go wrong. Like, I think this is going to take another month at least. But I do think that once I'm kind of done with this stuff, I expect it to go a little bit faster. You could skip Sinopia host for the 2 Sinopia client tasks when condition. Oh, yeah, you're right. Man, you learned Ansible way faster than I did. So needs PM2. Ideally, no, this is a chicken and egg problem. So it just needs PM2. It can install it from the public npm. That part's fine. But it also needs the user tasks and everything. So needs user creation tasks. I didn't try to stream it. Yeah, I think that's the issue. Okay. So let's go back to provision, which is here. So I have common and I have Sinopia, and Sinopia has the main tasks, I believe. Yeah. So install Sinopia, create the config folder, create that, start it. Yep, good. Okay, so that part's fine. So then I think we're good with that. Now if we go back to provision, it's the account servers that have a needs Sinopia. So now what common is going to do, and this is where things need to change, is install PM2 can no longer be here. Install PM2 has to go somewhere else, but it's also mostly common. So what I could do is I could have a needs PM2 role, which I think is weird. And how does needs Sinopia work? Set npm registry. So as long as Sinopia is set up, I think this should be fine. So it's just a dependency tree. Needs Sinopia depends on common tasks. Common tasks contains PM2, which depends on needs Sinopia. To avoid a circular dependency, I need to extract the PM2 part of this out. So then, should it become a role in itself, e.g. needs PM2? I mean, that would be fine. It's kind of weird to have a role for all of this. Or I guess the other way, yeah, so solution number one is make a new role, needs PM2, put the PM2 install in there. And solution number two is put the PM2 install in two places, and depending on a condition, use it from, yeah, I don't think this is good. I think the less flimsy way is to make a new role. So let's do that. So install PM2. We're going to take this out, and then we're going to save this in a brand new role. Main.yaml. That was already typed correctly, actually. Okay, and now install PM2 does not live in common tasks anymore. This needs to get moved to // needs PM2 tasks. Great. So now it exists over here. Great. So we have that and that. And then this is all main does. And then in provision, anything that needs PM2, we've got to put here. Because what? Sinopia. Oh, now this needs to come after it. Needs Sinopia. Doesn't seem very good. Alright, let's run through this just briefly, make sure I didn't screw anything up. So this is going to run for Sinopia machines and for, let's say, an account server. It creates the BL deploy user. Make sure that's all it does. Yeah, create that user, upload common scripts like colorize and bash scripts and whatever else, and then set npm prefix for global installs. So npm config set prefix. Okay, great. So that looks fine. That can work for both of those. Then for Sinopia, we install PM2, which is a simple task of install PM2, almost to the point where this script shouldn't even exist. But it does, so let's leave it there. And then Sinopia, which is the task to install Sinopia, create a config, upload the password in the config file, and then start it, which requires PM2, which we'll have. This is a config file for a server. I had to go to the university and couldn't follow. Yeah, this is, so what I'm looking at right now are configuration files for Ansible. Ansible runs on my machine, but provisions a target, any set of targets that I specify. So for example, let's say I have this file and I wanted to provision, okay, Sinopia should be on like a local machine, let's say. But the overseers, I want them to be on AWS for these IP addresses, 52.54. Whatever. I'm just making something up here. So they should be on those three. The matchmakers, there should be two of those, and they should be here. And so then what Ansible does is it says, all right, the first thing I see in here is this. We have this IP address, and it's for Sinopia. So let's go find your Sinopia file. And it matches any host you had there, and then runs through anything that's under these roles. So my common stuff creates users, then this installs PM2, this sets up Sinopia. Chief says, I would leave Sinopia, add user stuff in common, and skip it if it's the Sinopia host. Let's see, needs Sinopia. So this is all common stuff, and I just skip this. Okay, so Ansible skip conditionals. And I can skip when the role is group by. So I can say roles. And say when. How do I get the roles though? You have a var for Sinopia host? Oh, you're saying, oh, I see. Or maybe you're saying there's a built-in var. I'm not actually positive. Because I could make a variable for the Sinopia host and then check to see when that thing is defined. Check if it's equal to current in when condition. Okay, so Ansible run when host. That's not what I want. Check output name. I want to check the host name. Chief, are you saying there is a built-in variable, or are you saying to just add one? Because I don't know how to get the host of the current machine. Although I guess I did something like this when I was getting the IP address. For what though? The database provisioner. No, but I said, no, I did this differently. I used to do it. Okay, well for Sinopia then, let's just define a variable, because that's I think the easiest way here. So the only thing, yeah, I have Sinopia there. So let's go into main.yaml. We'll save this as vars. Why does it have meta? What is in that meta folder? This is matchmakers. What is going on? Sinopia tasks meta. Meta has nothing in it though. That's why. Alright. Yes, you did that already? I'm not sure what you're even responding to. But anyway, I'm going to make a new variable at this point because I think this is defined, I think is where I did this. To make sure that database host is defined. Okay, and then I need that vars file. So let's go into here and then Sinopia vars. Can't wait until this stuff's done. Okay, so we can just say this. Is Sinopia true? There, that's it. That's our variable. Now in common, I can put this other stuff back here from sinopia.yaml. You could try host:all, not Sinopia. here's how I would do this. I could have this all point at another file though. I think that makes more sense. And this is getting chaotic. Where did that Sinopia stuff go? Here. Okay, so I put this in common tasks as use Sinopia.yaml. Okay, great. So then this can change to just use Sinopia, but only under a condition. Use Sinopia. And I just say when is Sinopia is not defined. Perfect. There. And we could also put a name here. No, we don't need that. Okay, so when we're not the Sinopia machine, Sinopia host, then point at the Sinopia host. We're not the Sinopia host. Alright, so then that is Sinopia that I just did. Var is main.yaml inside of here. This is only set in order to differentiate the Sinopia host from the non-Sinopia host. There is probably a better Ansible paradigm for this than defining a throwaway variable. But that's fine, and I don't really care about that right now. I don't think that includes a resolved per host. Oh, you're saying that variable won't even exist on Sinopia? Oh, wait, no, that's not what you're saying. Okay, so provision, I guess we don't need this needs Sinopia anymore. And I guess that means we also don't need needs PM2. Hey, Deadringer. Yeah, if I get rid of this and put it back to where it used to be, then I think this would make everything a lot cleaner. Oh, this has gotten ugly. So this was renamed. I need to revert this. And now it goes back to the old file it was in. But then the main that I changed inside of common needs to be different too. This install PM2 needs to still be there. And install PM2 came after common everywhere. So now we can get rid of this. And then need Sinopia. You can delete all of that stuff. Alright, that does make this a lot cleaner. Okay, so now it's just a matter of cleaning up the rest of the commit. So dev hosts, we have Sinopia first, that's fine. Sinopia variables, that's fine. The vaults are fine. So all of this stuff is totally good. And I don't have anything to really look through except for this. Oh, I never included this again. Or I forgot to save the file. I forgot to save the file. Okay, well that's why we're looking through this. Alright, good. Then these are different. The vault, that's fine. Use Sinopia. I don't think this is needed anymore. This is a common task. No, this is needed. Okay, so that's okay. So let's make sure that this looks good. Then add user. Okay, I think that's fine. Then here we just have install PM2. So these things aren't needed whatsoever. And then main.yaml is Sinopia. Okay, yeah, looks good. I guess I lost my commit message from earlier. What did I do here? Ansible modified Ansible so that both the Sinopia, so that the Sinopia server can be set up and so that clients can connect to this server. I don't know if this is going to work, but I guess we're going to find out. So I go back to this machine right here, and then I do a git reset hard, git pull. I should get all the code correctly. While that's running, let's go over to here, get the IP address, probably delete all of these things. Do I need this stuff open? Well, we're getting rid of it now. So there we go. Alright, so everything's been pulled. And now I would run this command after, oh whoops, no I wouldn't. I would first do this vim dev host and modify Sinopia and then run this command. Alright, let me think about this. What is this going to do? This is going to set up Sinopia where it's already been set up. A vault password needs to be used to decrypt the vault file. That is true. But thankfully I already have it. Expect is not a legal parameter in an Ansible task or handler. What? This is an extras module. Do I need to install this? What version is this in? Oh no, new in version 2.0. No. Well, is there a problem with me installing Ansible 2.0? Oh, inventory. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Chief. Okay, so I gotta do two things then. One is go and modify common main so that we don't need this when. We could just say this when it's not equal to Sinopia. And our inventory names it Sinopia. Yeah. Okay, good. So then we can just do that. Now we can get rid of that probably .star Ansible. This one. We can delete this entire file. So let's do a git delete. Okay, which means we can delete this folder. I don't care if that's open, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to delete it. Okay, and then check this in. Made better use of built-in Ansible commands so that I didn't need an extra VARS file just for the sake of differentiating my Sinopia host from non-Sinopia host. Alright, so if we do another git pull, we should just get that. But that doesn't fix this issue of the version being wrong. And the big problem here is that, so if I do Ansible-version, I'm on 1.7.2. There it is. I need to be on 2.x. But I don't know how to get that. Apt cache search Ansible. Even installing this wasn't that straightforward, was it? Installing. Oh no, it was straightforward. But how do you figure out what version you would install if you were to install something? So general information about a package. Show package Ansible. Sudo apt-get update. Pip install. Do I have, whoops. Oh, hey, that finished. pip. I guess I could git pip. Oh, is it Python pip? Oh, come on. I think I searched for this a while ago. Debian. To get pip, oh, it's Python dash pip. Yeah. Okay, let's get that. So sudo apt-get install python pip. Let's copy paste this into here. And then in programs, let's say this. So out of date way. And we'll say pip way. Okay, just gotta wait for this to finish. Whew. Then if this works, I could start splitting my code base up. Okay, this is taking some time, so I'm gonna go use the bathroom now, I guess. And I'll finish this up when I get back. Yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, let's see if that thing finished. It's 62%. Man. Well, it says it's going to take another minute and a half. Hey, finally a valid name or what? Welcome to the chat. Alright, well, let me close some of these extra tabs while I'm waiting for this thing to finish. It's at about, well, yeah, it's at 70% right now. Well, these things were pointless, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, and if I can't install the newest version of this, I always have that script I started writing to fall back to. Because that was the only point of doing any of this, really, is to get the expect module. Okay. Yeah, 81%. We're almost there. Since your Sinopia server is public, does it give you the option to force authentication to download packages? That's a good question. We're gonna figure that out before I actually push real code. You have to. I think you have to be a user, and you can't add your own user. Oh. Maybe bookmark Ansible quick ref. What's this? See facts? This is actually really helpful. What happened to my taskbar? What's going on here? What? I thought I wasn't in full screen to begin with, so I pressed F11, and then it looked like it was more full screen than it used to be. That was weird. Anyway, let me write this up here. I think installing should go above all of that other stuff. And then I think quick ref should go here. Quick ref. Alright, cool. So I think this is done. Yep, it's just unpacking now. This part should go relatively quickly because it's not contacting some other service. It's actually a decent amount of stuff to get. Wow. Okay. There we go. So now we can do pip install Ansible. Use upgrade to upgrade. What is this doing? Can't roll back Ansible. Was not uninstalled. So can I uninstall it? Sudo apt get help. Yeah, I run my help files as sudo. Remove packages, purge, remove and purge, and config files. Okay, yeah, let's purge Ansible. Oops. Hey, Mr. Half, what are your questions? Okay, now let's try a pip install on Ansible. What? Permission denied. I need a sudo pip install? Shouldn't you not have to use sudo with pip? I wrote this down before, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember what the answer is, though. Did it? Huh. Never do sudo easy install or sudo pip on a package-based distribution. Use virtual env only. Easy install Debian. Mr. Half says, is giving every creature in my grid-based game raycasted field of view worth it? It all depends on the game. So, if you're making a roguelike game where enemies only do something when you press a key, you can practically do anything you want on an enemy's turn. You can have them fold proteins, like it's because it's not a real-time thing at that point. And even if it were a real-time thing, you could probably still have them do it. You might just need to be a little bit more clever about it. So right now I'd say just figure out what you want the game to do and don't worry about performance too much for things like that. Have them raycast where needed. They probably only really need to check to see if they can see the player. So that's only one ray per enemy. And it's only the enemies who are in the same room as you or in the same like 100 tile radius. And hey, Lukey. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about that too much. So what is this? If you don't like to bring your system unstable and still want to run Pylon's applications, you can create a virtual environment. It will deep bootstrap a Python environment into a directory that does not conflict with the rest of your operating system. Yeah, programming on a graphing calculator, I wouldn't say to. I would say you need to be very careful about performance, but most computers now, I'd say, be mindful of performance, but don't try to pre-optimize things. Luki says, I love how you guys are so good at programming, and I'm just sitting here reading a JavaScript for Beginners book. No, that's good. Everyone's got to start somewhere. Docs say sudo pip install, so don't know, not in the Python camp. Yeah, this is where I would say, let's do paging spurt, man. Yay or nay? Yeah, 600 to 900 frames per second. I didn't know about this, by the way. Use unstable for development. How do you even do that? Debian point at unstable branch. Or would I have needed to install this? I think apt-get can probably just point at whatever I want, right? Okay. Configuration. So change configuration, then do update and dist upgrade. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do this right now. I don't know what the big implications are. And I could just run this thing I'm trying to run right now with sudo. It's just possibly not a good idea. I guess I'll look into this virtual env and try this out. Mr. Hef says, do you have any recommendations for FOV pathfinding libraries for .NET, or should I just code them myself? I don't know of any, but I'm sure something exists, and I would highly suggest looking into some of them first just to see, because if it's very quick and easy for you to use, then yeah, use it. And if you feel like writing it yourself, or you particularly want to learn about that, then that could be a good idea too. I find that pathfinding, whenever I write it, it takes longer than I expect, and I've written it now in whatever language it is, and I don't feel like writing it anymore. So if there was a library, I would use it, and if not, I'd just port my code from another project over. It allows you to set up tools. So the drawback is you do not get security updated from apt, so you're completely on your own. Alright, I'm just gonna do this because this is the easiest thing. So do we have Ansible now? No, or at least not here. Build scripts. I think I just need to add that to my path. Build scripts. Where is this thing? Or I'm not in a screen. Aha, yes. Ansible version. What do we have? 2.0. Yes. What's the newest Ansible version, by the way? Ansible newest version. How do you even find out what their newest version is? No idea where to find this. Okay. All right. Ansible docs. Yeah, but where's the version? 2. I'm not sure. 2.0 was released in January? Okay. Wow. Well, now I'm on the bleeding edge of this. So if I run the same command I tried to run before, where is that command? Here. Then we should just be good to go. Hopefully. Deprecation warning. Oh, now I can use become and become user. This feature will be removed in a future release. Okay, fine. I gotta write this down on my to-do list then. Get rid of the deprecation warnings for Ansible now that I'm using v2.x. Yeah. Alright. So let's... Alright, what is this? What did that say? That's new. Included? Create user? Is that new? I don't remember seeing blue text there. Failed. Conditional check. Failed. The error was error while evaluating. Sinopia is undefined. Oh. I need to put it in quotes, I think. That's easy. Become true. Isn't it sudo by default? Although it doesn't hurt to say it, I guess. Yeah, well actually, I should make sure I want to do this. I didn't actually want sudo before. I just wanted to become BL deploy. Okay, so I don't know if this is simply a matter of not putting quotes around this thing when inventory host name not equal to Sinopia. Like, do I just need to do this? So let's look up Ansible conditionals and find out any of the formatting that they use. Yes, they do use quotes. So I should have just used quotes. So then let's check this in. Yeah, forgot to use quotes in a certain Ansible file. Don't use it on the include. Wait, why not? Use it on the tasks. But the tasks are only ever included from there. You're saying always include the file? The one I mean. No, I understand that. I know you're saying like copy paste this over to here into here, but I don't see why I would do that. If I have a problem, then sure. But for now, I think I'm going to try things this way. Alright, will this make it further than it made it before? Include as per playbook. Task is per host. Yeah, I guess I see what you're saying. So I'd have to skip these. Okay. So we don't need to do this when we're on the Sinopia machine. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I should try this out before I make this change, I think. Let's save this. No, let's not even save this. Let's Control Z out of this. Yeah, I wanna test that out. This one sounds like I made a simple mistake somewhere. Why does this exist in two places? Oh, I called it Sinopia email address. That's why. So main.yaml just had to change. Fixed in Ansible variable name. That's it. I don't really need to say anything else here. Yep. Alright, so another git pull over here. And then we run this again. Hope that someday it doesn't ask me for this password. I'm going to just get rid of the password on that file. No reason for that to have existed. Alright, so this is still provisioning that. Failed. The pexpect Python module is required. I saw this in that list, but I thought it would install it for me. It apparently doesn't, and this might be very tedious to install myself. Let's just close out of this. No, not Sinopia, expect, Ansible expect. So it requires Python on the machine and then pexpect. Do I have Python on the machine? I do. But I don't have pexpect. Oops. How do you even use Ansible to install this? There's probably some pip module or something. Wrap Ansible with non-interactive authentication using pexpect. I just want to know how to install this. Okay. So if you want to run a command with expect on a remote server, pexpect must be installed. Makes sense. You may wish to run an apt task to install pexpect. I wonder if I can just use... Actually, yeah, maybe I can. Ansible install Python. Are they called modules? Yeah, I think so. Easy install. Cool. This is a core module. So we can just do this. So example, easy install, name equals pip, state equals latest. So we can just get pexpect. Let's try that out. Let's try this out just directly on the target machine. So Vim, group vars, Sinopia. There is no Sinopia anymore, it's common. Oh, where is this? No, it's not even group vars, it's roles, that's why. Sinopia, tasks, main.yaml. And where had this failed? Where did it fail? Sinopia emails undefined. Then I can't see. Oh right, it failed at expect. Right. So yeah, let's load that up again. And expect was done. Actually, expect shouldn't have even been called. Yeah, maybe this doesn't work then. Use Sinopia. Right, this shouldn't have been called. Yeah, I think you were right, Chief. So I want to do this. And so that I can use expect, I need to install inspect. So we need to do this. Name install pexpect so that Ansible's expect works. Okay, let's try that out. Yeah, I'll get there. And then this was fixed too. So moved your clause is wrong. How is it wrong? When inventory hostname is not equal to Sinopia. Ansible inventory hostname. Is there an example of this anywhere? Oh, I need to specify that it's a variable? I didn't need to do that for the other one though, did I? You compare host against group. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. So a host would be an individual like this, or bot.land. I want to know the group then, I guess. Let's take a look at that quick reference. Inventory host name. Group names. Here we go. So how do we check to see if this contains the group that we want? Yeah. There's also groups. Advisor, a list of host names and members. Yeah, we just want group names. So Ansible check group names. Only run for group. Huh. Ah, you can just use in. Okay. Okay, great. So that, thankfully that was actually solved online. So that's what I want to do. And I don't necessarily need this here then. So we can get rid of this stuff, possibly. And then instead put it back where it used to be here. When Sinopia not in, can I do that? I think this guy kind of. We are wearing similarly colored shirts. Well, he's wearing headphones. Okay, I just got to make sure I can do this comparison correctly. And you said you have your Sinopia host var though. I don't know what variable you're talking about. Because I got rid of I had a variable called is Sinopia and I set it to true. I got rid of that once I realized you could do something like this. I wonder if I can do not in, Ansible not in. I wonder if this would even help me find this. Do they ever do group names? How do you check this? If in, how do you check if not in? Is the word not is an exclamation point? I just want to know what their syntax is. I don't know. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but Chief, that could change. I just want to know what this group is. Let's try this out. All right, so what do we have here? This is, yeah, updated the Ansible condition for running Sinopia tasks so that hopefully the syntax is correct. Well, so that it compares group name instead of host name. I'm not sure if the syntax. Excuse me. And then the second task here was this. I am now installing pexpect for Sinopia so that the Ansible expect module works. Although that never should have run, so I won't know if that's been fixed. Okay, get diff, get poll. Then we try running this again. Something's probably gonna fail there. Hey Lulong. Don't know if I said hi. My mind is completely on Ansible right now. The conditional check Sinopia not in failed. Template error while templating string. Expected token comma got string. Has Sinopia dev infra. Interesting. The error appears to have been in main.yaml. Yep. Okay, so it says expected a comma got a string. The only comma that exists there is this. Can you guys see this? Actually, yeah, you can. There's a comma for that list. And it's got a string instead. Oh wait, no, expected a comma and got a string. Oh, so then here's a string. Maybe it was expecting a comma there. That doesn't make sense though. Okay, let's try to find this some other way. If not in. This is what I want to find. Is the syntax for this thing. Let's search this. So Ansible not in group. Ah, here we go. When group name not in group names. Huh. So they just don't have the variable around here, or the whatever these things are. Let's try that out. Let me make this change over here. Roles, common, tasks, main. Yeah, so let's just get rid of these things. And try running this again. And maybe that's it. And then maybe we're good. It did work. And it skipped this include. Here for you. Do I like Python? Yeah, I think it's good. So this did work. And it said skipping common include. I think I should probably give names to these things. Not that it really matters, but that way I can know what it was skipping. Right, I think this is valid syntax if I say this. Include use Sinopia. Okay, so if this installed correctly, let's also try provisioning a local machine. I'm going to check this in. Actually, it doesn't matter whether I check that in or not. What matters is that I test two of these things out at once. So let's open up DevHost. I think this will finally be a real test of this. And let's also load up Debian 2, for example. No, Debian 3 I think is better. Yeah, so 1.30. That's what the IP address is. So now we just type that into here as an overseer. Sure. Here goes nothing. Here goes nothing. Actually, probably can't do that yet. I need to copy over everything from here. There's ask sudo pass. I think I'm going to need that. And I need to run provision. And extra variables. There's no database host. Yeah, so just ask sudo pass. Sudo password. Cool. And then that. So I think it's running on, yeah, it's running on the Sinopia host now, and it skipped the include. So that's good. Now I just need to wait and see. Will it work for the overseer? I don't have easy install, but it did work. So yeah, Chief, I think you can put when in the, where is this? Here, I think this works. Which is good because that makes things a lot easier for me. The only problem is easy install doesn't work because I don't have easy install. Well. What requirements do we have here? Virtual env. So this requires I have virtual env, but I don't have it. Is it just VM? Virtual env? I apparently don't. This could get out of control if I end up doing this. There are two different things I could do here. One is get the expect module to work, and two is call into this myself using this script that I was writing. Alright, see you later. Euphoria, by the way, I don't usually show this too long on stream, but you are already in the list, and Digitay's in it 3 times. Yeah, so I got to figure out what I want to do here. So problem, I need to call npm add user. So solution number 1, I wrote all the solutions down here. So I just tried this. The problem with this becomes I don't have pexpect and I don't have virtual env. So I'm concerned that I'd have to install a lot of extra stuff just to get a simple function call. And I could just use the script that I'm already writing. I think we'll just go the script route. I think it might be faster. So I just need to make sure that the script works. So we get the registry, const cur registry equals this. Then we pass this in here, const auth equals username, password, email. So we pass in the current registry and the auth. And we could say this URI. Okay, then that's it. That's what we try here. So let's try running this on my own machine. Node, well, desktop del test, node main, usage, yeah. So Bob hello a@a.com. Must pass auth to add user. Did I not do this? Oh, params.auth. That's stupid. There. Please use a real email address. It knows. How does it know though? Where's this? Email has to match. Auth.email. Is my email not correct somehow? This, what? adam@foo.com. Yeah, I don't think this is actually taking in my correct email address. Console.log auth.email. No, it thinks it's hello. That's the problem. So username is 1, then password, then email. Did I type something wrong here? Let's print out the arguments. Node. Oh, the 0th argument is node. And then the first argument is the script. Oh, I was wrong here then. This needs to be less than 5. And then this is 2, 3, 4. And this should be 1. Oh, see you, Chief. Okay, I think this is good now. So I think we can run this. Let's try that out. Unknown error while authenticating. Where's our registry? npm config get registry. Oh, it's pointed at the real registry. Well, of course this isn't going to work. Because my... Alright, hang on. Let me rerun this. npm config set registry localhost 4873. Now this command should work. I don't expect it to take this long. Did this say anything about an ad user? It didn't. It probably can't actually hit the registry. Or I need an HTTP around that. Let's try that. HTTP. And then let's try, oh, that worked. Okay, so the user was added. Bob put, okay. Now when I try connecting as that user, we should be good to go. All right, not bad. Then the script has been written. Yeah, not bad. So let's do a console.log successfully added username email. I'm not going to print their password here. That's excessive. So let's do this. Yeah, or they already existed. Okay, actually, is there a return value here in add user? How does it call a callback? Either with an error or done.call this? Wait, done.call. What is done? Oh man, they make this very interesting. And I get a new callback out of that? And then that's the callback I call at the end of this. So done takes in my old callback, which passes in nothing, and then data, JSON, and response. So that's the stuff we get back, I guess. Data, JSON, and response. Let's just print out all the arguments. Data, JSON, response. Data. Okay, you are authenticated as Bob. Token, etag. It says the JSON is okay, you're authenticated as Bob. And then this I just accidentally typed wrong. And response is status code 201. 201 is what? Already existed? HTTP 201. Created. Huh. I'm scared of not using semicolons. Wait, what? I am using semicolons. You brave soldier. Okay, so the only part of this I don't understand is why it says created, because it didn't create it. It already existed. Oh, it actually is saying... Oh, weird. Then it says error, this user already exists. That's a 409. All right, I don't really get it, but I don't think it matters. Oh, Toasted Neurons. I like the name because that's how I feel after about 5 or 6 hours of coding. Well, thanks for following. And at some point, I should see this. Should. Did the follow notification show up? I didn't see it. Huh, weird. Okay, so is there anything important from here? This got, you are authenticated as Bob and got me my token. I think I just want the status code. But even that's not helpful because the status code from over here said, this is the wrong machine. Status code over here said 409. What is 409? Error conflict. It's strange. Oh well, I think this script is okay. Yeah, let's just get rid of this stuff. Console. Response code is response.status code. Let's just put that here. Okay, so now when we try calling this, it just says HTTP 201 successfully added Bob. All right, I think we can check this in. Wait, there's no npm load. How could this possibly have worked then? Oh, there it is. It's right there on line 14. I don't know what npm load does though. And I want to figure that out before I continue here. So npm load. This is not helpful. I wonder how I'll find this faster. I could either search for function load or perhaps this. Where does load come from? Here it is. Load, but it doesn't take in anything, and there's no callback. This can't be the right function. Load cvs.pushcv. Oh, unless they iterate over their arguments. So case object CLI equals arguments I. So this is the CLI that I put in. If CLI rent equals new conf, either a fresh object or a clone of the passed in object. So I don't need to pass this in at all. I don't know what this is even used for. CLI. Where did they try accessing things on this? Apparently they don't. Whatever. I don't think it matters. Note, I believe this empty object will be passed in as the CLI variable internally. Oh, there it goes. There's the follow notification. Just super late. Actually, that makes sense because Twitch status said that chat is really slow. Yeah, TMI load time 2.58 seconds. That is pretty slow. I bet a bunch of servers are, ooh, look at all that red and yellow. In fact, look at how little green there is. Everything is slow today. Oh yeah, one of the other things. Graphing program D3 for the salvage modeling. Okay, so let's comment what this does. This script is only used so that npm add user can be called programmatically. Actually, called without having to specify arguments interactively. if you call npm add user from the command line, you're forced to type username, password, and email interactively. We should say this. TMI has nothing to do with follower alerts. Actually, that's true. It's my own bot that uses TMI for follower alerts, but that's only for the light control stuff. It's whatever Twitch alerts does. This script is only used so that this can be called out and specify arguments. Yeah. Okay, so numarg is less than 5. Let's just test this briefly by doing this. Yeah. And it actually is not equal to 5. So that still works great. Get the username, password, email, call this, get the current registry, pass in the variables correctly, and then we're done. It's a very simple script. Good. So we need to check this in, and we need to check this in with a package JSON as well. Isn't this fun? In fact, this should exist inside a code base that's pulled, but I don't think we can do that. Where does this need to exist? It needs to exist in add user. This needs to, yeah, this is actually a good question. Where do I put this? It's just 2 files, so I could have Ansible put it into a folder for me and not make another repo just for this. Yeah, I think that's the best way to do this. Kind of strange. Definitely kind of strange, but I think it's okay. So we copy paste this and we put it into Ansible, and then I believe it's from common that we do this. Common main.yaml calls use Sinopia. Use Sinopia takes this for right now, but that's not going to be the case any longer. So use Sinopia is what's going to need this. Hey, Mr. Cheap. EJ says my plan worked. What's your plan? I don't remember. And am I standing right now? Yes, I am. Alprint, hang on. It says, can you show the game? Yeah, I can. There's a video. I'll actually show it because I haven't launched it in a while. So this is Botland, and if you haven't seen the video, then I think in there I mentioned that like the art, the UI is not final. This is just a lot of what you see is not final here. So I'll cover just the basics of the game. It's an online strategy game, so I'm going to connect first. This is sort of a staging area. I'm still not in a game yet, and I can manage my inventory here and make bots. So right now it's just, what do I want in my bots? Do I want lasers? Do I want artillery? Do I want any of this stuff? So I believe there's about 20 items here. Those are all usable in the game right now. So when I finally join a game, the ones I'll have access to are the ones that I defined over here. So I join it. Like I said, this is going to change. There's actually one other person playing. So I have these bots that I'd already configured. So I'll take one of them, and then you write code for them to control them. And the code that you write is actually very visual in this case. So I can just write something as simple as, okay, fire artillery if I can, fire missiles if I can, and let's pursue an enemy if I can't do that stuff. And whoops, drag this entire thing. And then let's move if I can't do that. So if I deploy one of these bots, there it is, and it's going to just move around, and when it finds an enemy, it'll shoot that enemy, and there we go. And my bot is set to auto deploy, so when it died, it automatically just redeployed itself. And I can deploy any different kinds of bots that I want. Here's a slightly more complex script that I have written. It is here, and let's deploy one of these. Call this the complex bot. So there it is. This one's shielding, and it knows about EMP. And I think it's also pursuing resources, it looks like. Yeah, it is. So it's picking those up. Am I from Poland? No, I'm not. I was the one that suggested using NPM as a module. Wait, it was a website that suggested it. There was that blog post, although I will still give you a point. There. So yeah, this is what the game is about. It'll eventually be a 3 versus 3, and the stuff that I've been working on lately is all the back end for this, so that when you click join game, instead of just putting you into this one massive game, it'll queue you up for a game. And eventually what I hope to have here is, let's say you know enough about what you want to do. So you've got like this, for example. You've got, okay, I want to fire my lasers, and I know I want to like use cloaking and all this other stuff, but I don't really feel like figuring it out. I want to put in a function here, something. Imagine that this just said like, figure it out for me. I know it says comment, but imagine that comment was not written here. So you'd be able to say, here's the stuff I want it to do, and then afterward just figure stuff out. Like, I have cloaking, so figure out when I should use cloaking. Figure out when I should pursue enemies. So I want people to also just be able to write a script that literally just says this. Just figure it out. And that's it. And then that's fine. You can deploy a bot. It'll figure out what it can use and then go use it. And you shouldn't need to do a whole lot of this stuff yourself. So Alperen, are you still here? What do you think? Darge. All right, I'll deploy my bots again, although I don't plan on playing. I'm going to get back to coding. I gotta wait 34 seconds. So this stuff can be removed. This and this. So first, to do, put 2 files onto the target machine. npm install. That's frustrating though. The npm install is going to come from, yeah, this can't work. This can't work. We can't do it this way. This needs to be part of, okay, I got to rethink this. Also, let me deploy my bots again, I guess. Okay, here's the new problem. The whole reason I'm using Sinopia is so that something like a game server doesn't need to reach out to the real NPM repo. The issue is that by having a script to call into npm add user, I require the npm module. The only place for me to get this is the public npm repo. So there are a couple of ways to fix this actually. So let's see. Solution number 1, check in the contents of npm myself into another repo. I just don't like this. I just don't. You're using Sinopia for private modules? Cache npm on first load Sinopia? No, the problem is I can't contact Sinopia without running add user, and I can't run add user without npm. So like, add user depends on npm, npm depends on Sinopia, Sinopia depends on add user. So there's a 3-way dependency here. Like this is something like a game server would want to do this. So I could check this in myself. I could say solution number 2 is just use the public npm repo. And if that ever goes down, then I can't do anything. And solution number 3 is like bake it into the AMI. Like add npm to your static Ansible build copy. The tar gz for npm. Yeah, so I guess that's solution number 4. Well, it's like solution 1b. 1b, check in the contents of npm to Ansible as a chart. Wait, to my storage folder. No, wait, okay. So I'm not sure if I'm making this clear enough. I think what you're suggesting, so the storage folder exists on the Sinopia machine, but this problem that I'm talking about is for something like a game server. The game server needs to be able to call add user. So like the game server needs to be able to call add user before it can download any node modules. However, in order to call add user, it needs the npm module. So what I could do is I could just check this into Ansible, which seems weird. Or like I said, just use the public one. I'm not sure which one of these is best. Also, how big is this thing? Node modules, npm. 10 megabytes. If I were to just zip this, what does this turn into? 2 megabytes. And MCS Mike, I did that before this. It was very bad, for me at least. The biggest problem I had is that it was always a standing desk at that point. To turn it into a seated desk, I needed to remove all the boxes, and it was annoying. So that's why I eventually caved. I sold all the boxes, and then I got this desk. This is 2 megabytes. And the problem with that is that then I got to figure out the Ansible ways of decompressing. Hey Dutchmine, thanks for following. Use npm repo. I think this is a decent solution. Is 2 megabytes too much to download? This isn't totally how things are going to work eventually, I think. The 2 megabytes isn't too much to download. This would all be internal to Amazon, so it would be practically instantaneous and it wouldn't cost me any money. And still, I don't think this is how I'll end up doing things eventually. When I'm configuring local machines, it will need this though. Okay, I think this is a good solution until I've baked it into the AMI. I think I combined solutions number 2 and number 3. All right. BJ was whispering me. And all right, so then yeah, I think I'll do both of these things, and then later I'll change this out. So put these onto the machine, then npm install from the right place. So where do we have common? Common files, scripts. I guess this is a script, but it's npm add user. And the scripts that I want are taken from here. Okay. So we need to copy these somewhere in some temporary directory. Install and then call this thing. It actually doesn't have to exist in a temporary directory. We can put it in the home folder. I think that's a better idea. Okay, so name, create npm add user folder. And this is going to be the same way that I've done this before. So just like how I did, I don't know, matchmaker main.yaml. This isn't right. Let's search for create actually. Yeah, this. Okay, so file path. We're going to take home homedir slash npm add user, state equals directory. Okay, so that looks good. Now upload npm add user scripts into the target folder. So that's going to be something like this. So the source that we want to copy from is going to be /files/npm add user / really everything in here. I don't know if I can use stars. Let's find out. Ansible copy module. Wow, you have good internet speeds. So can I use patterns in here? They only use a particular file in here. Let's look for pattern or wildcard or regex or match. None of those things work. All right, let's just copy those two files then, I think. So main.js, we'll put this in here. Dest equals that. As far as the mode goes, I don't think it matters too much. It's got to be readable and executable. And let's see, that is... I never remember the flag order. Read, write, execute. So it would be 500, wouldn't it be? This isn't Debian 3. Let's try this out quickly. When in doubt, just test it. So touch test, lsal test. So it is read write. If we do change mod 0600500 test. Now it's readable and executable. Yeah, so we want 500. Okay, good. RM test. Remove write protected. Yes. Does that work? Okay. So upload main.js. Good. And then upload package.json. And that could be writable. It doesn't need to be. And then let's do an install. So install requirements for main.js. So I'll write note. This reaches out to the public NPM registry, which is the whole thing we're trying to avoid by using Sinopia. Eventually, yeah. To do not bake this into the AWS AMI later. Bake this into the VM images later so that this step doesn't need to be performed in production. But that's not done yet, so we also have to write a to-do item for that. So for this file, make sure to bake the npm module into the AMI that I create. That way, and I should write this down over here too. Yeah, maybe not. That way I don't ever have to reach out to the main npm repo. Alright, so for now, we don't need that. This is done. So install requirements for main.js. So we need an npm install, or just package.json maybe? Yeah, here. So we just specify the path, and that is here. And do we need, yeah, no, I think that's it. Install package.json for npm add user. All right. Now once that's been installed, we need to run it, and we run it down here, npm add user. run npm add user script for Sinopia. So we don't take any of this. We need the sudo user here. And we probably need to specify where this runs from. But the command itself is just going to be node, main, and then a whole bunch of variables, which I probably shouldn't have deleted. Let's go get those back. These things. So we want Sinopia username, Sinopia password, and Sinopia email. So let's say chdirt equals, and we should be running it from this directory. And that's it. I think that's it. Whew. Okay. I think we can try this out. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we try it. All right, let's commit this. So main now it just has a name, that's all. And this is wildly different from what it was before. Now I don't rely on the expect module, which I didn't have and don't need to install. Actually, this is, oh man. Yeah, if I needed to install anything for expect, that would also bypass. Yeah, all right, never mind. I think this is fine. So I use the npm add user script that I wrote so that I can call into so that I can bypass the interactive prompts for the CLI npm add user -- registry foo. I could have also used Ansible's expect module for this, but it requires that pexpect be on the target machine, which requires that virtual env is installed. This would require baking more programs into a VM snapshot or reaching out to like public servers, which may be offline. So I would rather rely on my own scripts. Yes, loaded with confidence. Well, that's how I feel whenever I'm going to do any of this stuff. I mean, imagine on your desk, every time you went to run your code, you had to lift up a little plastic screen and press a big red button. It would add gravity to the situation. And that's how I feel right now. So this needs to be checked in, and this, and these things can be deleted entirely, I believe. Yeah. Alright, so instead of trying to use Ansible's expect module, I'm now using my own script that wraps the CLI for npm add user. Hey AFG. Thanks for following. So instead of trying to use Ansible's expect module, I am now using my own script that wraps the CLI for npm add user. The reasons why are commented in the code. Hey Quantum KO, long time no see. Where have you been? You really haven't been around for a while. Oh, I just called this test. I really shouldn't call it test. Just call it npm add user. And we don't need really any of this stuff, I think. Well, it doesn't hurt to have that, I guess, but the script shouldn't be there. You been in school? Wow, must have been busy. Oh, and you got a job. Oh, where'd you get a job? What are you doing? All right, moment of truth. This only happens like 5 times a week. I almost don't even want to test this. Like, that's how hesitant I am about this. Also, this won't work until I do git pull. Please commit your changes. I really don't want to do that. Can I? No. How do I? Okay, I should just learn how to do this. I have this thing roles tasks common tasks main.yaml, and I want to revert this. So git revert single file. How do you do that? What is this? Git checkout file to restore. Oh, I can just do git checkout that. Is that it? Wow, that was easy. All right, I'm gonna write that in my notes. Reverting files to, you can revert a single file by simply doing git checkout path to file. You can revert everything by doing git reset hard. I'm really stressed out. I really want to learn C#, but I need help. Any tips? I think, well, what are your goals in learning it? Because if it's for game development, I would say maybe start looking into Unity. If it's just for learning it for the sake of, I don't know, fun or for class or something like that, I'd say start with a tutorial and probably set your expectations correctly too. It's not the kind of thing that you're going to be making like super awesome programs within a month and a half. It'd probably take you a little longer than that. Tools associated with Sears. While also doing side jobs, setting up small NASs and cloud services. That's really good. Yeah. They say senior year is easy. They lied. I think senior year is, you can pretty much check out toward the last half of the year school-wise, because college is usually already settled by then. But yeah, work-wise, yeah, you got stuff going on. But that's good. Keeping you busy, getting some money, assuming. I'm guessing that small side stuff gets you money. All right, so then here's the moment of truth. I press enter here. I type in the sudo password. And why is this not doing anything? This isn't good. It's not doing anything. Oh, that was weird. That took a very long time. So skipping that. Stop PM2. Installed Sinopia. Done. Create. Copy. Copy. Started. Okay, all of that worked. Use Sinopia was included. There's no way that just... Oh, these are tasks from inside of this. Did it work? Oh, what's that? Yeah, that's fine, actually. No process found. No process found for PM2. No, that's... Oh, I think it worked. Oh my god. That means that this Sinopia thing is probably getting a whole bunch of different stuff here. It's not. That's probably an issue. Although this could be... No, I think it's an issue. It's trying to get Lodash. Oh, what happened here? What is this? Installed package JSON and networking. Failed. NPM error. Unregistered users are not allowed to access package Lodash. Wait, what? This shouldn't be happening. Where's the sub button? Yeah, there's no sub button. I applied for partnership once. They rejected me. Hey, Andrew. And yeah, Quantum KO, you should probably start to do more of the side stuff then, if that's paying you more and it's more relevant to what your interests are. AFG for Life says, should I go to community college or university? Community is computer programming, university is comp sci. Well, okay, I don't see them as mutually exclusive. I think doing, let's say, 2 years at community college, if you decided that you're going to go the college route, is is probably fine. Get some core requirements out of the way. It'll be a different experience. It's probably cheaper. It all depends on what you want. So if you don't mind being in debt, I don't know where you live. Maybe school is cheap for you, but and you don't even need to go to school necessarily. I think if you're going to start learning any sort of computer sciencey stuff, you should start now, as in today, as in ideally in the next like 10 minutes. Maybe start by learning how to program, and yeah, then figuring out money versus what kind of experience do you want versus what do you want to learn. All right, so the issue I'm running into, at least I think, is that this, if I do, let's launch screen here, bl deploy, and then npm config git registry. That's actually set correctly. So then why did this fail? You know what we could do? We could run exactly the command that it tried running and find out what went wrong. It's trying to install package.json inside of networking. So let's go into the networking folder. Let's go to infra network. Oh man. Infra shared networking. Yeah. So let's do an npm and oh, there's a log here. What's this log? Unregistered users are not allowed to access package Lodash. Strange. Yeah, I'm getting that still. npm config git registry. Huh. So maybe this means it added the user incorrectly or didn't add it at all. Strange. Should I buy a C# book? Well, okay, do you know any programming, AFG for life? If you don't, I don't know if, like, man, okay, there's a lot of stuff to say here. One is C# may not be the best way to start learning. And two is, if you do know other programming, I mean, this is all how do you learn programming. If you learn best from a book, then yeah, get a book. So I suggest checking out something like this, AFG for life. Why is this failing? So we have an add user. Install, then run npm add user script. So this should have worked. And ideally it would have also, let me check something out on my other screen. If I go into my npm rc, there it is, and I do more. Yeah, this has an auth token for that site. Weird. So then why is this not working? Yeah, weird. And what happened to my bl deploy user? Oh, this is... I tried Codecademy and failed. I didn't understand anything, and I tried YouTube. It didn't help a lot either. No, you should try Codecademy again. Like, find out why you failed. Because this is the kind of thing that's going to happen to you probably almost every single week the rest of your life if you're a programmer. And even if you're a good programmer, like you'll run into things where it just doesn't work the first time. So yeah, I would go back to Codecademy, and that's why I said set your expectations correctly. Like this course apparently takes 13 hours. That's just for finishing this course. To make something like Instagram or Snapchat will take you something like, I don't know, I'm just making up a number here, but like 500 hours just to learn how to do it. And then some ridiculous amount of time to actually do it. And no, I know it's very stifling to say something like, yes, as a programmer, you'll run into problems all the time. But programming is very similar to puzzle solving. And when you try a brain teaser the first time or some puzzle or a board game, your first strategy is not necessarily the best one. So I'm saying if you, at the very beginning, just learning how to program, feel like, no, this is too much, I failed at it. I think it's addressing what that is in your mentality that's making you think that you failed instead of just picking yourself up again and trying again. So starting this course out, it starts out incredibly easy, like incredibly easy. So I think Where is this? Click save and submit. Okay, so the first lesson is you just press a button. Like if you can't do that, then yes, there's no way you'll ever make it as a programmer. But then it says what variables are, and it says to set a variable equal to something else. Like it starts out very easy and then ramps up a little bit. I haven't actually done all of the lessons myself, but I definitely suggest starting there. So yeah, AFG for life, what was it that you felt you failed at? And also, why is this not working? It says unregistered users are not allowed to access this. I wonder if this has the wrong password in it. User put Adam. Maximum amount of users reached. That's fine. But maybe the password file I uploaded isn't the right user. Let me look at this. It's possible that I just picked the wrong thing here. So it was in common files. No, it wasn't. Where was it? Sinopia files? Yeah, there it is. Alright, this HT password. What is in this? It's an Adam user. I just don't know what this hash works out to be. The password's not... Okay, let's try something. Here's what we can do. Yeah, this is a good solution. If we do npm add user -- registry of this thing, and then I type Adam, and then the password, this user already exists, so that's fine. I don't care about that. What I want it to do is at least add it to my npmrc file, which I think it does. Let me try something else. Let's do Adam, but let's say the password is this. Aha! Logged in. So I am using the right password. And it gives me a logged in message. And then if I do an npm install here, now it works. Is this a different npmrc? How do we even check that? npm config git bl deploy npmrc. No, that's correct. Weird. Oh, what did I miss in chat? It's just like Java has good basics. YouTube CS106A. What's a good language first? Not C# or C++ or Python. I don't like them. I don't know why. Can I have a language that will teach me everything? I definitely suggest just starting with Python. AFG for life, you still haven't answered. Why do you feel as though you fit? Let me just type this out that way. And if you, why do you feel as though you failed at Code Academy? Have you tried Python? Have you tried Python at Code Academy? If you want an easy language other than Python, then go to another one. Hey, Demon Slays. It's going well. Okay, so something weird happened here. I'm not sure how this happened or why. So problem, I couldn't do an npm install in the networking folder without doing npm add user again. I don't know why that happened. So let's look at the main space, this right here. And the registry it uses is the one that was set here. I wonder if this was wrong. I don't know what exactly ran though. It's one of the issues here. I guess there was a slash at the end of that. That shouldn't have mattered. Savage says, hello, once again I have a question, but it isn't game related. Looking around for a PC under 1,000, any help? So my PC is good, but my PC total, I mean, you can see the prices right on that list. it wasn't cheap, and that wasn't even for the full computer. So these parts are the ones that I installed a week and a half ago or something like that, and the total cost was $750. The stuff I already had worked out to about $800. So my total computer cost was like $1,500. Of course, it was spread over many years. But do I have suggestions? Go to PC Part Picker. PC Part Picker. It's a great website. It'll help you with budget and like everything else. Let me tag you in this. AFG for Life says, yes, I have. I failed because I went far, but I thought that this wasn't helping me. I said it's too hard. Yeah, so AFG for Life, I don't know if you heard me talking about this. Assuming you've been watching the stream the whole time, then maybe you're just not responding to this. But I said, like, you can't have that attitude and become a programmer. You pretty much need to say, how do I overcome whatever issue I'm coming across, or who do I ask for help? And in this case, if you got far and you felt like it wasn't helping you, then that could have just been a red herring. Like, you might have just felt that way, but it could have been totally right what you were doing. And I suggest just sticking with it. And also, like I said, set your expectations. You're not going to make Snapchat anytime in the next like 2 years. It just won't happen. So same thing, like if you wanted to make games and you thought, okay, I'll make an MMORPG, like give yourself 10 years. And even then, that's when you could probably have enough knowledge to do it, but not enough time to actually implement it. I'm not trying to build one though. I want it pre-built also for gaming. You actually should consider building it. You'll save money and you'll learn a lot. And for gaming, yeah, for gaming, you're going to need a better graphics card than what I have. So you're going to end up probably paying a decent amount of money there. It all depends on what you end up getting. But yeah, PC Part Picker, that's what I'd suggest. Other than that, you'd have to just look at deals online, and I can't really help you there. Okay, so I still don't have an answer to this question. I don't know if I should wipe out this machine and try again. Let's do that. This is basically free for me to do this. So we'll do this. We'll say snapshots. This. We can... Wait, how do we restore this? Restore is blanked out. Do I need to turn this off? Power off. Restore. There we go. Yeah. I don't care about the current machine state. So was that it? That was super fast. Now I can just start it. AFG for Life. Why do you care about my electricity bill? And by the way, I wouldn't even have that granularity. No one does. Of how much you're paying exactly for just your computer. Your bill doesn't list what... Anyway. I don't want to mess it up, and I know I will. Well, okay, that's fair. I think you could always ask someone else for help. But it is a good skill to learn, and like I said, you will save money. So let's do this. I'm going to go back to here, and we're going to load up Ansible dev host. And I'm going to get rid of Sinopia from here because that's been set up at this point. So the only thing I'm concerned about setting up is now this new part. Do I need the... Wait, I don't need the PEM file. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, so we just got to figure out why this is failing. I didn't change anything, so it should fail again in exactly the same way it did as before. So it can pull repos just fine, and then somehow it installs all of these fine except for networking. It fails on Lodash. I don't understand that. How does it pass on these other ones? Let's take a look. So shared, it managed to install AWS, which needs the AWS SDK, Bluebird. Oh wait, maybe it's reaching out to a different server for that. Because yeah, the only time it actually reaches out to here is when it says get Lodash. Unregistered users are not allowed to access it. And it fails there each time. That is strange. Okay, so for some reason, it's only Lodash that triggers this error. Let's take a look. It's only Lodash that attempts to hit the registry that's set, which is what I find strange. Maybe it's because I didn't publish them to this registry or cache them. Oh, that might be why. Well, let me check the storage over here. That doesn't even exist. Oh yeah, I'm not BL deploy. But now I am. Alright, let's go into this. Config, Sinopia, storage, Lodash. That's why. Got it. So Lodash is the only thing that's in the storage folder. That's why this is happening. So AFG for life, like I think I've addressed your questions enough at this point, and I think it's turning into spam now. So I will warn you. I suggest you start with Python and try to stick with it. Java is totally fine to learn as well. It's mostly just having dedication to what you're doing. Okay, so Lodash is the only thing that's in the storage folder. That's why this is happening. I need to cache or publish anything else. So I believe it has npm cache. Let's take a look at this. So if I call this npm cache add, I want it to cache everything. Let me take a look. Add npm to your static Ansible build copy. Huh. So I think it's npm cache add. Let's try this out. If I just do this here, npm, whoa, what's going on? Npm, I can't type anything. Ah, there we go. So npm cache add. Actually, I don't really even need to add Lodash, do I? I mean, I could, and I could take a look over here at what it's trying to install. Let's take a look. More package, oh, connection reset. Oh, right, because I re-instanced everything. Huh, infra doesn't exist. Oh yeah, wrong user. Infra, shared networking, more package.json. So Lodash is 4.6.1. Let's just install that one. Or actually, what happens if I just type that, Lodash? No version provided in package.json. So I do need to specify a version. No, that still didn't work. Unregistered users are not allowed to access package Lodash. That's weird. What's my registry? Yep, that is weird. Let's set it to localhost. I mean, if it's a localhost, would it not have to ask for auth? Huh. Thanks, Digite. Do you have the skills to make something like Instagram? Yeah, probably. Or at least the skills to learn how. I still don't get the reason to not deploy disted deps locked immutable node application. I think I need to add user from here too. That's kind of weird. npm add user registry localhost 4873. Weird. So now I can cache things? Yeah. What? No version provided. So, okay, I do need to do this, and I guess this is from the Ansible machine. This is strange. So I do need to do this. Add user dash registry localhost 4873. And now what? Can I install this from here? So npm install. Nope. Unregistered users are not allowed to access this. So how did I screw this up? Sinopia. Right here. Set npm registry to point at Sinopia. npm config set registry. And that should be what my registry is. npm config get registry. It is. So then it's just this. This is the only thing then. It's the only thing that could have gone wrong here. Maybe my password is wrong and this is failing. Wait, there's a way we could figure that out. Yeah, we could do that. Okay, so let's go. Let's launch a screen. I can't do that without doing this. Alright, so in here we have npm add user. If we do node main Adam foo, which is not my password, do we get an error here? Yes, 1. It says this user already exists. So then I must have not gotten an error from there, because otherwise this would have marked itself as failed. I was running as the correct user. And the way I guess I could verify this is by checking my npmrc file to make sure I got the right auth token. This all seems wrong. It's as though this never persisted. Okay, well, I gotta take a look at the auth token off screen. So give me just a sec. Oh wait, that's the issue. There is no auth token. How did that happen? What is this command doing? All right, let me run node npm add user main, and let's type the username and then the password I take from over here, and then the email address. Event not found. Oh, that's the issue. wait a second. Oh my god, oh, return 0. Okay, I found out what the issue is. Okay, let me show you guys. So here's the problem. Watch this. Node npm add user main Adam, and then let's say my password was like hi there, and then my email address is this. So exclamation point is something that needs to be escaped. But what if we did that inside this should fail, but for a different reason. No, you just have to escape this apparently. Well, that's weird. How are you supposed to type passwords on the command line that contain an exclamation point unless you... Okay, I think the easiest thing to do here is to just make my password not have an exclamation point. Because if I were to run this, I think I need to put a backslash there, which would be very hard to... Yeah. Okay, so I have a vault file somewhere that says something like this. Password is hi there, right? If I were to change this so there's a backslash, then in the places where I don't need an escaped password, it'd be really, really hard to use. Also, I'm dropping tons of frames apparently. Huh. And yeah, the password contains an exclamation point, but it's like a 32 character password that even I don't know. So I just use hi there as an example. I dropped 603 frames. Okay, well maybe it got better. I'm in the green again. So, alright, there's two solutions. Have have something like vault password and vault cmd escaped password. And solution number 2 is get rid of exclamation points from my passwords. This is so... is there some other way you can do this? Actually, wait, wait. Can't you use backticks for this? Can I do this? No, it tries to run it as a... No, darn it. Linux escape. Escape arguments. I want to escape like an entire... Yeah, I don't think there's any way to do this. Maybe there's like brackets or something. Whoa. Alright, escape string so it can be used in command line. You don't need to escape a string if you quote it. Say you want to pass all the arguments to... Wait, but that doesn't work for exclamation points, right? Like, maybe that works for backslashes, although that's still probably not even correct. Yeah, no, that's not right. You can't just put quotes around it. Wouldn't h/ be that way for your app? It would just escaping it at bash level. Well, what I'm saying is, okay, let's say my actual password was just a backslash, just a single character. Then the escaped password would be //. So I can't just, yeah, I don't know, I only use this in bash. So I guess I could just escape it once in the password file. Or at least do that for now, and then if it ever fails, it's because I have an escape character that shouldn't be there. I guess what I'm getting at is how do I know just by looking at a password whether I've escaped it or not? And should I have 2 versions of it? I think it's unnecessary to have 2 versions of it. I also don't need to use 2 right now. I guess I could just modify the vault file. I don't want to do that, but fine. Actually, either way, it's going to be a tedious process to do this. I can't just modify vault files. Is there any other way I can... Maybe Ansible can do this, actually. Ansible escape for command. Set plus H or set plus O hist expand would prevent that error. I think I should look into that in a second. Yeah. All right. I don't know. I don't think I want to set modes for this either. I think it's the things I'm debating between is also should end solution. I either want to change my password right now or I want to escape the password. I think escaping it is the faster one, so I think I'm just going to do that. Unfortunately, I need to do this off screen, and I need to do it in a very roundabout way because I'm not pushing code from Linux. So how do I do this? Ansible vault edit. No man, I can't even find my vault password. I gotta take that from KeePass. No such file or directory. What? Where does my vault exist? Group vars. Oh, group vars. Okay. Group vars dev vault. Now my password expired. Yeah. Okay, so let's go escape this password. Is there anything else I need to escape? Can you use equal signs in your passwords? Debian3 echo, whoops, equals. Yeah, you can use equal signs. You just can't use exclamation point. Wait, what? Oh, echo's different. Whatever. I'm just gonna hope that equal signs work. All right, so I've escaped this. Now we do more vault. Actually, you know what? I could just run this. That's probably the better way of doing this. Just use single quotes. Wait, what, really? That's all I would have taken? Oh. Seriously? Oh, bonus points to you for the simple solution. I didn't realize I could do that. I'm sorry, officer. I didn't know I couldn't do that. So I've got to go modify this thing again. Ansible vault, copy this in, and then just use single quotes. Can't believe it's that easy. Okay, let's try that. Actually, I kind of think this might not work because this is, well, let's try it. No need to be a naysayer, Adam. All right, so where'd that command go? Here it is. So we just run this, and then we, a password is required. Yeah. Okay. This should not be taking time. That took very long to do nothing. Okay, so that still failed. Yeah, so I think the reason why is because, yeah, let me try something else really fast. Oops. I'm gonna try double quotes and single quotes because I think this is actually what's needed. All right, now I can run this again. So we just take this command, we paste this in. Hey, Pro Sam. All right. I wonder if Bitbucket is having problems. No, that still didn't work. Or, oh wait, no, I'm doing this stupidly. Never mind. I'm being an idiot. All right, let me fix this. Ha ha ha. All right, so let's remove this. We'll set this back to exactly what it used to be. And then what I'll modify is that one file that tries to use this, which is this right here. It's located in common tasks use Sinopia. So roles common tasks use Sinopia. And all we're going to change here is the password, which we have there, should be quoted. Let's try that out. Oops, not -L. Okay, this is like take number 6 or something like that. Will it work? So this is the unwinding that started, I think, on Thursday or maybe Friday. Like, this didn't work. I'm just going to change the password. This is really, really super tedious. Or escape the password. No, that's what I'll do. Yeah. Come on. Okay, so I just need a backslash around this thing. Okay, finally, let's try this one more time. error while loading YAML. What did I do? You can't put just one backslash, you have to put two because there's two levels of escaping going on. Okay, well that worked. How did the meeting for artwork go? I mean, it went fine. The artists were taking about another like week and a half. I think I just shouldn't give any deadlines as far as art goes to the stream about why something's going to happen. Okay, well that's great. There's my password in plain text in case anyone was curious. I guess part of it's hidden by my face, so you don't know the last like 8 characters of it. And I don't really care because I'm going to change it anyway now. Alright, so let's go generate a bunch of new passwords. In fact, yeah. Brute force time. It would still take you a really long time to figure it out. And even when you figure it out, you don't gain anything. That's why I didn't do anything to like... I could have just clicked stop streaming in OBS. Okay, so what did I even just show on screen? That was the Sinopia password. So what I want to do instead is change this. Yeah, so how do you change passwords in KeePass? Oh, you can just do this apparently. Generate a password. 128-bit hex key. Hey, hex keys. That's great. Because that's something that doesn't have to be escaped. Let's click OK and then go fix everything. Won't this be wonderful? I can't wait to do this change. So why did that print out on the command line? Why did it print my password like that? Oh, because of a stupid error. They have no respect. Oh wait, maybe it was because okay. You know what? We're gonna reevaluate our lives right now. When I ran this, the password's already been changed. I don't really care if it shows on screen again. Alright, it says failed because of add user having an extra space or something like that, right? Git diff roles common tasks use Sinopia. Yeah, that's the problem. Show us your Gmail password. No, I think now that I have KeePass, I'm going to try to update all of the passwords I use everywhere. They're already pretty much things that I don't ever know, but I think I trust KeePass more than I trust my current system. I love movies too. We have so much in common. Excuse me. Now, a lot of that was laughter, but then the end part was coughing. Not as bad as that one day, at least. Okay, so I need to update this password. So update, let's just write this on my to-do list. Update password in Vault Files. Then check in Vault Files. Then update password in HTPassword. And update, check in and redeploy Sinopia box. This is... I'll just do it. Yeah. I'll stop talking about it. I'll just do it. Let's edit the first vault. Vault password. I gotta just keep typing this stuff in. I gotta do this off screen. I'm sorry about this. But this is how I accidentally showed passwords in the first place. So now CI quotation marks. Okay, so vault password number 1 has been updated. Vault password number 2. Oops. Okay, vault password number 2 has been updated. Why when I scroll... Oh, man, CLS doesn't even work. Oh, goody. Yeah, wow, I don't even know how to get this to work the way I want it to. Anyway, there's that. So... next, we take the vault that I just did here. So I show this on screen. This should be fine to show. I take this vault, prod vault, I save it in there. Great. Then I take the dev vault and I save that over here. Okay, good. So there are the vault files. Those are set. So they've been updated. Now I need to check them in. I guess that part's also very easy, so I don't need to really write that down. Okay, so update password and HT password. This is where things get a little bit more difficult because I need to do this using my local Sinopia setup. So forget everything you knew about my current Sinopia password, rmht password. Now I do npm config git registry. Good. And then npm add user. No, but I gotta make sure this is my local registry. I just did the same thing twice. So username Adam. Actually, as long as I'm already screwing all of this up, let's change the username to BL deploy. This is gonna change all of my scripts. Enter. It's been done. So now we need to change the username on here. Edit entry so that username is BL deploy. Okay, and then I copy the password in and email bldeploy@bot.land. Is it going to work? It better. Where did I? Oh, I closed Sinopia. Gotta be kidding. Well, too late. Let's try again. BL deploy. You'd think it would try reaching out to it first. BL deploy at bot.land. That way it could just fail out. There we go. All right, great. So then we have an HT password file over here. Good. So then this needs to be copied over to here. All right, excellent. We just can't ever look at that file, I think, because I think that token is enough. All right, so that's been updated. I'm missing something. Oh yeah, BL deploy. Right, so we go into infra and I change Sinopia username to BL deploy and probably search the code base for Adam now. Let's see, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Well, here goes again. We just check this in and I make sure not to ever look at that file. Otherwise, I'm gonna be in trouble. Okay, so updated the Sinopia password so that it doesn't contain any characters that need to be escaped. The old password had an exclamation point in it and it greatly complicated everything. Amazing, just amazing. Okay, well, push and let's try this out. So now I need to redeploy the Sinopia box. That's the important part here. So let's just do a git reset hard. Where am I? I'm not even on the right box. Are you coding for a video game or something? I'm new to the stream, by the way. Hey, Av420. Yeah, I am. And I am making it for this. The thing that I'm working on right now, so those two things that BotLandBot just mentioned should be pretty helpful to you. There is the video of the game, and then there is what I'm working on today. So yeah. Okay. So git reset hard, git pull, and then let's modify dev host. Good. Okay, so the Sinopia box is the thing that I pull from here. And then the, whoops, oh darn it, I was afraid that would happen. Okay, good. So, and then the overseer is the one that I take as the third Debian box. Then I just run this. That's it. Then we should be good. So we just take this and we just hit enter, type in a bunch of passwords. Oh, okay. Please work. That way I can eat my lunch in peace. Okay, copied it, changed, good. All right, now over here, we just have to install Lodash. That's it. Just get to the point where it can install Lodash. No. No. All right, well, let's take a look. npm install Lodash. That fails, right? What if we do it exactly the version that I think we should have here? 4.6.1. I think that might be the issue. No, that's not the issue. Okay, npm config git registry. I think I know what the problem is. I think it's still the password thing. I just don't know why. That wouldn't make any sense to me. Maybe this is pulling variables that shouldn't exist. Doesn't make any sense. Okay. Well, here's what we can try then. npm add user registry this. And I can just copy paste things in on the command line here. So name is bl deploy. For all I know, this is actually accessing this as the wrong user. But we'll find out pretty soon. Logged in. So it says logged in, and now what? I can install? It works. So now to just figure out why my script couldn't run this correctly. Username, password, and email address. Did I screw anything up here? Username, password, and email. Well, yeah, Mr. Cheap. I see what you're saying. I think it kind of also depends on the means. Like, imagine if I stole $1 billion and then, like, from just some bank or something like that. Imagine if I stole a bunch of money and then I used it to do something good for humanity. I was like a Robin Hood here. Does that make my contribution worse? Probably. Now, a personality making a contribution worse? I don't know. I guess you could see it as something similar. Like, imagine I make Botland the greatest game in the world, but all of my employees despise me because of how I crack the whip all the time and really make them work hard. And I don't know. Just, does that make me worse? Yes. Does that make my accomplishment worse? I don't know. You can kind of see how it could happen. I don't know why this is working the way that it's working. The script is running. I guess let's get the output of this. That's the only thing I can think to do here. And the way to capture the output, this might print my password and I might have to make a totally new one after this. That's the troubles of working with this on stream. So how do I do this? Let's go to Ansible. And then yes, I do really want to get lunch after that. So getting std out. Register out, ignore errors, true. We don't actually have errors. And then put a debug task here. Okay, in fact, we could just copy this directly into that file. I can modify dev host again to get rid of this. There's no Sinopia machine needed. Then I can modify whatever this file is, roles common task use Sinopia. Roles common tasks to add this in. And then I can just run this. And we should get the output here. It should just say successfully, there it is. Successfully added BL deploy, or they already existed. How is this possibly working? No, that doesn't make any sense. Cut this out. Let's start from the snapshot that I had. Power off, yes. Restore this snapshot. Restore and start this. So now this machine is going to close because I don't have a connection any longer. Makes you a leader or a boss. No, I think there's a way you can lead people without them disliking you. Alright, so the machine is back up. We can just run this again. Hey, you're getting along. So this is running from the snapshot, so everything's going to take longer. But then this part, how could this possibly happen? That means the password had to be correct. So I think the issue here didn't have to do with running passwords. And then, yeah, one of the other questions I have here, so this has been done. Figure out how I'm supposed to auto cache on the Sinopia box. Yeah, so then the real problem, I think my script is running fine, but then it's not updating npmrc correctly. Let me take a quick look at that. Yeah, this is the problem, right? There's a prefix and there's a registry, but there's no password. Why would that happen? Where's my npmrc? It's in here. Let me take a look at this off screen. Yeah, this has a line in here that says, yeah, this. What's going on? Lemonade with honey is so good. Ooh, yeah, that does sound good. Do you do any exercises? Yeah, I work out 3 times a week. It's mostly just weightlifting. But I don't eat well enough for it to matter. For example, I should have gotten lunch 2 hours ago and had more than a bagel for breakfast. What do I do? What do I do in this case? Why is this not showing up? And it's giving me the right output too. Maybe this is showing up for the wrong user? That wouldn't make any sense though. I'm definitely running as the correct user, and I didn't have an npmrc there. Yeah, you can actually see this. It's running as the right user. It's set the registry correctly. Do you feel that it helps you with programming? No. But then again, I've never like not exercised, I think. So it's hard for me to be able to compare. I think the most I go without exercising now is when I get sick or hurt, which is mostly getting sick. And then I just feel guilty for that whole time. But I don't really notice a difference in programming, because there's another effect there, which is that when you exercise 3 times a week, you're spending a certain amount of hours doing stuff. And then when you have those hours be free, because you're sick, for example, then you actually do everything else better because you got a lot more time now. With that said, I think it's pretty important. Programming is a relatively sedentary job. So it set the registry correctly, but it didn't give me a token. I don't know how to make it give me a token. It's, yeah. All I'm doing is calling into add user here. And it was successful because I got the output of it. What do I do? I was thinking, okay, this could be running as the wrong user, but I verified that it wasn't. It got the registry set correctly. So wherever I did this, set npm registry, this is working and it's as the correct user. So deploy user, it's the same in both of these cases. And then I switched into the right directory, otherwise this couldn't even print the output. So what are other facts that I know about this? So facts. Atom doesn't have an npm-rc. BL deploy does have one with a registry, but not the token. BL deploy ran the script, the add user script correctly because I got std out from it. Yeah, Spirit Man. 10 hours. What else do I know to be true about this? Oh yeah, when I run the command locally, it works fine. So this leads me to believe that the command that I'm running locally and the one that Ansible is running is different. But how? The only way for that to be different is if I substituted variables in differently. So I have Sinopia username is BL. Oh, wait a second. Where did that file go? No, this is right. I need to know what these variables correspond to. I think the issue here is Sinopia username. That's right. Sinopia password. That's right. So you know what? I know what I have to do. I know what I have to do. Yeah. Okay. Then here's what I do. This will be perfect, but I just can't show it on screen. But I can do all the steps leading up to it on screen. So I need to update roles, common, tasks, use Sinopia. I need to not upload a new main.js. So we need to get rid of this. Then on the target machine in main.js, where is main.js? So ccd botland infra Ansible roles common files and wait, that's not right. What is this? Oh, there it is. It was the first line. I didn't see it there. Okay, so cd npm add user. Okay, let's go modify main.js so that oops. So, okay, can't find any of the editors that I normally use. I'm just gonna print these things out. Changing a read-only file. There, take that read-only file. Now we're just gonna do this. Console.log auth JSON stringify auth. There. Now I can't show this on screen, but I can do this from over here and then figure out what's going wrong. So let me try this out. And this should tell me exactly what it thinks those variables are. One of these has to be wrong. It just has to be. Username BL deploy. Password email. No, they all look correct actually. Wait, so it's saying this. Username BL deploy. Password foo. Email BL deploy at bot.lan. What? These variables are correct, but yet this still doesn't get a token? Is there some other step I need to perform here? Oh, this is so confusing. Okay, let's launch that Vim task again. This is not right. None of this is correct. We need task use Sinopia.yaml. Yeah, this. All right, let's get rid of. I can't revert this file now. Or I could just not have it print lines out. Actually, that's probably the best idea for right now. Let's just comment out this and probably go modify the file over here too, so that it doesn't have that console log anymore. There. Next, since I'm sure the password was right, npm-rc. Okay, so then here's the thing that I want an answer to. If I copy paste this, npm add user -- registry http 104.42.185.223.4873 bl deploy, that's bl eploy. That was just a, okay, and then bl deploy at bot.lan. So now what? Yep, that's all it takes. Now I get an auth token. Okay, so here's what my npm-rc used to be. Used to be this. So let's make it that again. Man, this whole vim command not found thing is pretty annoying. Oh, and then I just gotta run this over here again. Node main. Keep pressing the wrong shortcut. BL deploy password BL deploy at bot.land. Oh wait, no, this doesn't work. Oh, I should have written that down as a fact. Darn it. So fact. It's not. This is not true. That's why. One of my assumptions was false. Why did I think that worked? No. So I bet, given that there's npm load, there might be like an npm save command or something along those lines. That's the issue though. What is package save? I don't think I want this. No, I don't think any of this matters. Wait, so where's that blog post that I found from a while ago then? Wow. This is something else. So this is not true. It doesn't give me an auth token. Alright, we just need to figure out why. So I'd like to find that blog post, and in order to find that, I think I need to go to use Sinopia. None of this is right. There it is. So we go into main.js for add user. Yeah, this. Need to figure out why this thing's failing. No one is active. Yeah, I'm a little surprised about that actually. I must have bored everyone to death. So there was a blog post about this. How would I even find this again? I wonder if I'd found it through Google originally. Oh, here it is. That wasn't so bad. So they do a publish right here. I guess this doesn't persist anything to your npmrc file. Maybe that's why I should do a load from the correct file. That's probably it. I probably just need to load my npmrc. Or save it or something. Let's test this out. No, we just do this desktop del test. Is npm.save a function? It's not. Where does load come from? It comes from core, I believe. Lib. Where? I don't even see core here though. Huh, strange. CD here. Find stir snip load. It doesn't exist. Registry client. Wait, well, how am I calling this function then? Unless it includes something else in here. Node modules npm. Oh, it includes a ton of stuff. Like this. It's going to be hard to figure out which one of these I need. So let's just go to their GitHub. Search for load in JavaScript files only. I found it on the second page, I think. There it is. Where is this though? npm lib config core. I don't have this, do I? Oh, here? How did I miss this? How did I miss this? Well, anyway, there it is. So here's the file. Now there's a load function in here. And if you don't specify anything, how does it load? Like, where does it pull this from? And does it save to it or anything? CLI equals object.keys CLI. So if I were to load in my npmrc, it clones the object though. There is no saving this. Built in. What is built in? This is actually trying to get the npmrc. Does it save to it though afterward? Conf.add file. Conf add after prefix. What do they do with this? Because if they eventually save this, and this is the route I needed to take here. Oh man, this is very difficult to find. There's a save for conf. Is this ever called in here? This .emit save, where is this done from? In conf.save. This is never called. Not from here at least. I don't know what to do here. So it's this. This is because it doesn't save the configuration file. I probably need to make it do this. And I just need to figure out how. Okay, well, that shouldn't be so bad. Let me do something quickly. If I go back to my home directory and modify this. Yeah, I gotta do this over here for a sec. Alright, so here we have it. Here's my registry. Now here's what we're going to try. Go to desktop del node main atom password a@a.com. Cannot find module. All right, so successfully added Atom. Now we do a more on on this. What's the file called? npmrc. Aha, yes, it didn't work. So I need to figure out how to save this. And that is the issue, and then that's what I need to figure out. But save is never called, and there's built-in. I wonder if I can just change that. Let's load up that file. Yeah, what if I said true and then like null, and that function? Because this is what was used from, let's close out of some of these things here. So there's a load function that takes, where is built-in? See, add file built-in. String built-in equals arguments. So there's a string argument, we say can I just say npmrc? And what does this thing do? Oh, this is a private function. I don't know what to specify for this. I don't know where to find documentation on this either, though. How do I get any help for this stuff? Using built-in root comp. RC. Add file. Well, I don't know. I don't know. What happens if I just say built-in here? I don't think this would all of a sudden do something. No. Or maybe I didn't really look through this that well. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna help. Hey, Astrodal. What I'm working on, I'm trying to figure out how to get npm add user, how to call it from a node script and have it saved to my npmrc. And this is turning out to be very difficult. I end up with a root conf, which I guess I could call save on after that. Okay, let's try this out then. Let's do this. Console.log npm.rootconf. Is this a thing? It's undefined. What? Exports.rootconf equals new conf. Oh, it's an export from here, which is in core, which is probably not exported all the way out here. I don't know. I don't know what to do. What does add user do? It does two things. It reaches out to the server and tells it to add a user with a username and password specified. And it puts an auth token. It gives you, oh, wait a second. Yeah, it gives you back an auth token. I could just put that auth token in npmrc myself if I feel like it. Well, I don't want to do that either. These functions should be doing that for me. So let's take a look. npm API modify npmrc. We can get the config location, update and edit the contents of the npmrc files. So npm config. Can we list all the keys? npm config get user config. Interesting. So that's what I could do here. I'm guessing this is the same way on on Linux, npm config git user config. Yeah, it is. So then I can open up that file and I can go modify it. This is a very poor way of doing things, I think. Well, yeah, Spurman. So it's I think it's really only doing it's a create user and kind of a login at the same time. So I could make use of the response here and append to user config myself, but only if it doesn't already exist. Yeah, you know, this is probably not such a bad idea. It's definitely not a good idea, but it's not necessarily terrible. I don't know. Also, my stream looks like it's dying. Look at this. Whoops. It's red. It's very, very rarely red. You can see a bunch of frames being dropped, which is why I have to stay perfectly still so that it's not obvious that any frames are being dropped. See, I think the issue with appending the user config myself is that, so check this out. If I were to add a user, npm add user bob hi at hi.com. So now my config has this in it. By the way, do you only need to be authenticated for writes or for reads as well? For reads as well. That's why I'm spending so much time trying to do this. But I get an auth token back, and I think let's print out what I get as my response for this stuff. Actually, stringify data, stringify JSON, stringify response. One of these contains that auth token, and it should be the exact same thing. Here it is, data.token, and the token's different. No, but they're probably both fine. Okay, so data.token. I guess it's going to be different every time? No, it's the same. Oh, because I'm not typing the same password and everything that I had. So I could type Bob and hi, and that should give me the same token that I had before. Yep, exactly the same. Yeah, so the token that I'm getting back as a response is the same one that I already had. So the auth token doesn't take your email into account at all. That's fine. I could append this same format into that file. I guess just without the... Oh, the // is there because it's HTTP. Then :_ token. Yeah, so the const token line equals, I can say cur registry URI, then a : auth token equals, and then I guess quotation marks for this. Quotation mark data dot token quotation mark. Then that's it. That's all I should. I could console.log that if I want. Token line. So here, it looks almost the same as the one I already have, other than the HTTP not being there on the one that exists for real. So if I delete this, we should have the same line written twice. Yes, we do. Alright, well, I could just append this to the file if it doesn't already exist. I want to do that. Just doesn't seem like a good idea. And then I'm going to start to need file, and no, I don't want to do this. Wait, unless it's a node module, a core module, node file. Oh yeah, this is built in. So we need to open the file, read it, and then write to the file. It just seems like such a bad idea. There's another way I could do this. This auth token is probably the same for whatever computer it happens to be on. So I could probably just copy over the npmrc file. That would make this so much easier. Yeah, I think I'm just going to try that way. I'm going to do that after lunch. I'm too hungry. Where I left off, try copying over the npmrc file. I'll say an npmrc file with the correct token. But no, then that becomes a sensitive file. I can't just check that in the code base. No, I don't want to do that. I wonder, okay, let's take a look at something. So more I wonder if I can set that from the command line. npm config. Actually, how can you do that? Npm config set from Node.js. I wonder if anyone's answered this. You already have files like that, SSH keys, etc. No, but those aren't checked into the code base. This would have to be checked into the code base. I don't want anything private in the code base unless it's encrypted. So what am I even going to type here? Node, I guess. npm config set. Yeah, this. How does this work? Wait, what? Change using the bat. Make sure you run the call command prior. Hey, Soundline. Then you may generate this file on your deployer machine once as some sort of pre-deploy step. The part that feels bad about doing this stuff, to me at least, is that there is a save function down here, right here. And where does this even save? Path was, what is this? It apparently gets this just fine. Then it doesn't return the configuration. I think I need to figure out how to get this part to work. Yeah, the only npmrc thing here is in load. And load, I need to pass in a built-in here, I guess. So yeah, if we said built-in, but then after that, I somehow need to get that and save it. I need to figure that part out. There's no npm.save. There's no... Let's try something. npm.load built-in console.log done loading. Okay, so it's been loaded. Now what? Do I have root config here? I have root apparently, but that's not what I want. npm dot is core there? No. npm dot config. Wait a sec. Wait a second. I could call save on this, can't I? Oh, I can. So if I modify this, I think I can just do npm.config.save at the end of all of this, and that's the only thing I was missing from here. Let's try that. Oh, please work. So what is my npmrc right now? It has a token in it. Let's go remove it. Yeah, so let's do this. S. There, so that line is gone. Now I'm going to run this command right here, and it should be back. No, that didn't work. Hey, Judge Bacon. This is so weird. Yeah, this. Yeah, no problem, Judge Bacon. So I had a save function here. This is saving maybe not the config file that I expect to be loaded here. And we're still before the lunch break right now. Does load pass anything else back here? Stringify arguments dot length. There are two. So there's an argument that I don't actually know about here. What is the first argument? Converting circular structure, interesting. So arguments 1. This is probably the config file. Is it? It's an event emitter, and it has a config in it. Huh. But that could be a totally different thing. Then there's a bunch of commands, rollbacks, versions, full list, uref registry. I don't know what this is returning actually. Let's see what config we have there. Const config file equals arguments 1.config. Let's print that out. That's a circular structure as well. Let's inspect it then. Alright, here it is. That's just depth 1. Let's go to depth 5. Oh, now there's more stuff. Okay, so project path. That's good. I don't see registry in here. User agent registry. There it is. There's the registry. So this list is all of the different lines of the file probably. Combined with some other stuff maybe. So what if we tried saving that config? I don't think this is going to have an impact. Bad save target undefined. No, you can't do that. First parameter of save is where? Oh. Thanks. I'm not even paying attention to this stuff anymore. I wonder if this config even has what I need in it. I don't know. Okay, I think I'm going to try to figure this out after lunch. So I don't even know about copying over a file. Where I left off, couldn't figure out how to get add user to persist the changes. I could just append to the file if the contents don't already exist. It just seems bad to me. I could also did it just create a file called built-in? I don't see one here. But maybe it's saving it to a different directory. Like, maybe I have it here now. No, I don't know. Yeah, I gotta go get lunch. I'm out of energy, and I'm like, I have goosebumps. I don't. I'm very cold in this room, and that never happens. I just need to eat some food. All right, well, I'm gonna go get lunch. Then when I come back, I'll spend another couple hours on this. I need to make faster progress than what I'm making right now. I don't think I have infinite time on this, and I think that this is not a particularly hard problem. I could work around this. I just don't like the idea of working around something either. I want to do it correctly. So let's take a look at the lunch list. There we go. I need to make a script for this too. So here's everyone who's on the lunch list. Lunch BRB. Alright. BRB lunch. Alright, well thank you all for watching so far. I am going to be back after lunch for about 2 hours, like I said. So I plan on finishing this stuff up, hopefully. I mean, assuming it is to my ability to do so. Also, when I put this in full screen, it seems like it runs so much worse. Maybe it's just an OBS thing. Or maybe there's a memory leak in here. I don't know. Alright, yeah. I'll see you guys after lunch. Thanks for watching. Thank you, Spiritman. Let me read chat. All right. Hey, Taco Wolf. Unabomber. Wow. Yeah, I put on a hoodie because I'm cold, and all of a sudden, I'm the Unabomber. That's extreme. Okay, so couldn't figure out how to get add user to persist the changes. I could just append to the file if the contents don't already exist. I think that might be just the fastest way to do this for right now, despite that I don't like that as a solution. I'm a little worried about the file format changing. And thanks, Pro Sam. Who's in charge of the thermostat in your house? I just don't want to turn the heat up. It's almost spring. Weather's been surprisingly good, and usually, even in winter, I don't really need to turn the heat on. This apartment is going to get very, very hot in the summer. And we have one air conditioning unit that's portable. I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to use that and stream at the same time because I don't want it to be too loud. But we'll figure that out. Okay. Yeah, so this is what I'm going to do. So the only thing I want to look into this a little bit longer is just how was I supposed to be able to save here? There's this save. So where is not equal to built in, then there's an error. Wait, if not, target this dot sources where. So sources is supposed to contain I don't know. I just don't think this is gonna work. We could figure out what the source is here. Name equals name or file. Well, either one of us could change the thermostat. Then read from that file. Okay, you know what? I think instrumenting this is probably a good idea. Let's do this. So console.log name, file. Okay, let's put that there and then try running this script. So name built in. Oh, I see. Oh, interesting. Node modules npm npmrc. Name project user. So user is actually what I want. So when I go to save, I want to just save to the user file, I guess. Quick microwave the RAM. Yeah, that'll work. I didn't actually sneeze. Okay, that time I did. Preemptive thank you. Okay, so then these are getting added. So then when I go to save them, let's see. Save has a where and also a callback. So let's do that. Let's do save to the user and callback error if error console.error error saving the file process.exit1 and console.log successfully saved the user file, which we should probably figure out how we're supposed to get. But let's try this. That didn't work. I thought I was so smart about doing that too. Darn it. How are you supposed to do this? How have I failed? Nplay M. Wow. No. I'm not going to install that. Successfully saved the user file. Okay, well, I know where this thing was. User was in my npmrc, and that's what I'm mooring here. There's a callback too, so maybe I'm not saving what I think I'm saving. Yeah, maybe the config npm registry doesn't modify the config correctly. Is there an npm config load? No, but there's an npm load, and you get to specify from where. So I guess we load the user one. Let's try that. I don't think this is going to do anything. No, it didn't. What do I do? What do I do? So this gets called with arguments 1. So when you call load, that's in here, right? Yeah, when you call load, there's no argument. Oh yeah, no, they're taken from here. So built in. And then load it. CLI arguments. And then there's a callback, of course. And that says underscore load conf.add file load prefix. And we get the user config, default user config, resolved user config, once load after prefix, add file, contact a user config user, then after user. Man, they really didn't code this well, it looks like. I don't know why they didn't just use promises for this stuff. It probably didn't exist at the time, but why haven't they updated it since then? Conf.root equals default, load extras. And then what, there's an after extras? Yep, and a finalize. So loaded equals conf. So we can probably inspect this. It's this stuff. Sources, CLI. Let's inspect 2deep. What do we have now? This one, user. User data. So sources, user data. Sources.user.data. What do we have in here? Just a registry. That's it. Yeah. Okay, well, great. That's fine. But then I want to edit this. And that's the part that's not fine anymore. Does something... Do I load it again here? What if I do this? Done loading a second time. What does this do? Done loading a second time, but it knows that it's already loaded, so it doesn't do it a second. Huh. Okay, there's got to be a way to do this. I'm going to figure it out. In fact, what if I did this? What if I said npm.registry.set registry hello world. Set is not a function. It's npm.config.set. Yep, pretty sure this didn't work. Done setting registry. I just want to see if, yeah, no, that doesn't work. So I don't know. I don't know where this is modifying things. Where else could this possibly work? Dot then is this change mod. Yeah. And then save, emit, save. Man, it just seems like what I'm doing is so close to working, but I'm not totally sure how to get this to work. I don't think it's modifying the in-memory file. That's what I think is going on. So npm config. Do I have anything else in here? Let's try this out. npm config dot, what do we have here? There's root. What is the root config though? Is this a combination of everything? Gotta say, this is pretty tough. Turn my keyboard cam back on for now, I guess. I'm not sure how I would do this. So I think the issue here is that I'm not modifying the in-memory config file. Like, I load user, and then when I do registry add user, this takes in this stuff. This doesn't even touch a config file, probably. In fact, what does this require? Yeah, this is just an export. URI, params, and CB. I don't think this does anything. Well, we do have access to a client here somehow. What is that client? Client equals this. How does this even work? Something else probably does something to this. Login token set. Yeah, and then it calls a callback. Something is weird about this. Add user comes from, let's just do copy file path. Something else, that didn't work. Copy file path. There we go. Alright, so we go up a few directories and then do a find stir snip add user star.js. There are test functions in here. Add user new and add user update. You're running Windows 10? Yeah. Yeah, so I was right. So add user is not modifying this. How does it get modified when you run it from the command line then? That's what I need to figure out. Yes, that's right. How is it modified when I run via the command line then? And where does the command line for this thing exist? npm command line site github.com. It's probably coming from here somewhere. I'm not sure where. Do they have a command line thing here? Yeah, those buttons are because I wanted a green title bar. At least that's what I think they're there for. Otherwise, I think they look a little bit different. They're supposed to, at least. So npm help. When we type npm help, we have a list of commands, and then it says this thing. This is probably pulled from a string file or something, though. Let's find out. Lib help. Okay, so let's find out where help is used from. In fact, just knowing what the commands are is probably good enough. So JavaScript. Command list. This comes from config. And there's add user. and both of these call add user. They're in affordances. Add user. We're going to get to the bottom of this. Here's the command list. And these are exported. Yeah. So let's take a look at affordances. It only exists from here? That doesn't seem right. So this is never referenced that way? Let's add user config meta exceptions lib. All right, so I am pretty sure I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. Yeah, I did that too, Judge Bacon. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. I'm going to. We're gonna figure out the right way to have done this. And then hopefully it's not too hard and I'll just do things that way. So let's go back to package.json. What am I supposed to run off the bat to start this? Dependencies. Well, I have a lot of dependencies. But main, npm.js. That's what it's supposed to run off the bat. All right, so we go to lib and then npm.js here. And this is what's going to parse all the commands. So we must involve config in here somehow. Config core. So they load one. And then at some point they must print out the different commands that you can get. Command list. Yeah, here it is. Full list. Look at this comment. We have our reasons. What? This is so strangely coded. I really respected NPM. Now I looked at their code and I think, wow, there's like no comments. Their style is all over the place. They don't use semicolons or anything, which is, I guess, a style guide for Node. But, man. So what is this? Object.keys, concat plumbing, add command. Version. Don't worry, they have their reasons, yeah. And then, like, this is so hard to follow. Then there's a load here, and then they must save it at some point. And that's the part I kind of wanted to look into. I wanted to see how add user was actually called. And I guess short of debugging this, which I could do, maybe that's actually the fastest way to find out what's going wrong here. Because I can see their add user command here. This is what they're eventually calling into. And this is what... Oh, no, what? This is totally different. Save existing configs. This is totally different. My add user is... Oh, that's not good. These are two different files, aren't they? npm lib add user. And I'm an npm registry client lib. What? I think I'm just using the wrong function. But it's hard to tell because there's npm dot, wait, this isn't even node. What am I doing? Npm dot add user. There's npm dot add user. Interesting. And which one am I calling? Oh, I'm calling npm dot registry. Maybe that's the issue here. Yeah, maybe that's a problem. Maybe I should just be doing npm dot add user. Is array args function cv.pop npm.commands n. So strange. What could that mean? Here's their code. It's missing something here. I guess because this all showed up in quotes, I guess it's just that. But then N, what is N? This is something from a different scope entirely. So where does this exist? Nothing is distinct enough about this function for me to be able to search for it. Yeah, it actually might be auto-generated code. Can I search for this in quotes? Whoa, neat. I didn't even know this existed. But either way, that doesn't help. Var CB equals default CB. Let's find this. Hey, that wasn't so bad. It's right here. Line 375. How are you supposed to use this again? How do you go to a specific line? L 375. Here it is. Object.define property npm n. Aha! Wow, there's a lot of wizardry going on here. And this is in lib.npm.js. So this doesn't help me at all because it doesn't tell me what the function is. So perhaps it could be that function. npm.addUser. And maybe that's all it takes for this to work. Oh, now it's asking me as though I'm typing it on the command line. No, so that's not what I want. Not quite, at least. Yeah, so this is the function I need to call into, I think. This is so annoying. Okay, what if we just change this to add capital user? No, none of this is gonna work. I don't know. I think I've got to debug this. So yeah, let's just put a debugger statement here. Node inspector. And then here we run the same command we've been running. Node -- debug. Cool. Now it should be broken in, so we visit this link. And then maybe we'll figure out what's going wrong here. Oh good, well at least the page loaded. Now we just have to wait for the JavaScript to get over here. Sending it over socket, I believe, into Node Inspector. This usually takes a while. But you know what else takes a while is the halting problem. It looks like it stopped. I have to believe that it is, and that it's just streaming over code right now. I guess I'll give it a little bit longer. I don't think it would take this much time. We could do one other thing. Oh, actually, maybe it's caching a bunch of node code as well. I don't know how much longer to give this before I finally give up and say that it's broken. Yeah, I think I give up now. Okay, so then let's change this to a debug break. There, now refresh this page, and it should be broken in immediately. Good. Okay, so then I hit play. It should get into the debugger. It should be right there. Why is it not right there? Maybe I broke something. Did I? No, that file's still good. So yeah, why isn't this working? That is quite strange. What if we put a breakpoint there and refresh this page? Oops, that's not what I meant to do. That probably just broke. Oh man. All right, let's try this again. I didn't mean to do that. That's okay. It should break in. Come on, you can do it. Debugger listening. There we go. Yeah, so there's our breakpoint from before. I'll hit the play button here. So it did a load on user. And now I'm waiting for this callback to be hit, and this just doesn't seem to happen. This is peculiar enough where I think it's worth doing things this way, where I actually step into that function. Yeah, and let's see exactly what this is doing, because I don't know why this would take so long. Return result. Result is undefined. I don't even know what this function is for. Oh, we're going through tons of stuff. Module exports, tick main, through, old domain, first. What is this? Oh, there we go. So we're apparently supposed to be in here, and we're not. Huh. It didn't print the config file though, did it? Printed conf. Maybe that's inspect taking its sweet time. Maybe we get rid of that from here. Try this again. AFG says, I didn't get programming. Help me out. So again, like, this is not something you'll understand anytime in the next year. It's not like it's not like juggling. You can learn how to juggle in probably a week. You could probably learn how to juggle just 3 balls in a day. But yeah, I don't know. AFG, how old are you? Because I've seen this sort of thing before, and I'm guessing you're younger than 17. And in that case, I cannot recommend anymore. Just stick with the Python tutorial. Okay, so config file is also printing out. I want to get rid of that too. I want to get rid of everything that has to do with requiring util. 18, okay. Yeah, I would say you can go look up a book if you want. I think you can also, yeah, the link that Spurtman gave you is what he suggests to people. But there's a book. Code Academy should be good. I think you just need to, I really think this is an expectation problem for you. I think that's it. I think you can learn programming. I think you could enjoy it. You could have fun. You could make any project you want eventually. But I think the problem is your expectations are such that you'll learn programming today. It'll make perfect sense today. And after that, you'll know how to make Instagram. Right. So, yeah, this is the issue. First of all, I don't even know where this is broken in. Ah, good. We finally hit this. So I think inspect was screwing everything up. Now let's see what we've got. npm.add_user. Yeah, so none of this stuff is going to help. And npm.registry. This is a function that should actually exist somewhere else. Hey, Akita. So the other thing I'm curious about, if I were to just launch npm, if I do 8 hours a day programming, is that good? Yeah, it does sound insane, like what Galloping Cow said. Okay, so I really think you should do this, and then I'm not going to keep answering your questions. So one, go to the Learn Python link. 2, when you get stuck, ask about it in chat. So like, follow these steps, and Learn Python is this thing. I'm not saying that's the best, but like, you'll learn enough about how to do things from there where you'll have gotten your feet wet. And it's the second part that I find very important, because if you get stuck on the first bit, like, Python is supposed to be a relatively easy language to just learn basics with at the very least. If you try doing something insane in any language, it's going to be tough. But if you set something like my name equals Adam, print my name, like that's it. That's a Python program right there. And at that point, you could consider yourself a programmer. In AFG, the reason why is because there's a tutorial that I can already get you started with right there. You could learn C#, but I think you'll run into analysis paralysis where you'll just keep saying, oh, I want to learn this, but no, that's not good enough. And then you'll back up and learn something else. Just start with Python. And yeah, those buttons are very, very large. I need to figure out how to shrink those, actually. So I think debugging NPM itself is probably a good idea. Let's look at which NPM. So there's this, and this is run. This calls into npm CLI.js. So I want that to. It's gonna run Node on that. Yeah. Watch Adam Speedrun Code Academy. Oh, that's been there for a while, Spurman. Like, I've had that. It's this little white highlight you're talking about, right? It's much more obvious when you have a dark theme. AFG, for the sake of that question, my first language, and in fact the only language I know, is Python. I highly suggest going and learning Python. I don't use Chrome that often. Okay. Yeah, so this. I want to go edit this. And we're going to edit it so that we have -- debug break right here. And that's when we win. Now watch this. I'm going to do npm add user -- registry http localhost 4873. Address and use. That's actually, wait, 5858 address and use. Oh, from Node Inspector. Yeah, we got to cut out that. Okay, great. Try this. Perfect. All right, refresh. All right, now I want to put a breakpoint in add user. Wait, this is no longer broken in. Did I accidentally, what happened here? Closed? What? Connection reset. That was weird. Page not available. Did Node Inspector crash? Undefined extended process JSON request. Weird. Well, here it is. Here we are. Oh yeah, no, I think so too, Wraithy. And I'm actually going to ban you, AFG, if you keep asking questions like that. Spurman, it does, but it actually helps most understand the basics. Yeah, I think it's good. I think, well, both are good. I really don't think there's a way you can go wrong as long as you stay dedicated to something. Okay, so wrapper in case we're in module context mode. So there's an add user function somewhere. No, I don't even have npm here apparently. Yeah, probably because that doesn't exist yet. So when I hit this, okay, cool. So I wonder if I can interact with this. If I hit the play button, I think things are just going to crash. Oh no, username. Okay, good, not bad. All right, but then at the end of this, it's going to save. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to find where it prints username with a colon at the end. And that's coming from JavaScript somewhere, but where? Config credentials, auth.username. They read this in somewhere, I just don't know where. And it would be with an email address too. An email address, oh, what's this? Let me see, auth reply. Okay, let's look for email. I bet this shows up less frequently. Nope, I'm wrong. Oh boy. Add user. I mean, here's one area where this happens. Get credentials by URI. Read username. Oh, they have functions for these things. Okay, so here it is. So it's in npm lib add user.js, which is the function that I had open here. There's no read username though. That's what's very strange about this. It might be different versions. This was changed on January 20th, and mine was probably, I don't know what version of npm I have. You can't even look at the version of it when I'm doing this. I don't want to, oh man. Okay, I know what I can do. I can get rid of the debugger statement there as soon as I find out where that file is. Where is that file? Here. So if I just get rid of this, I can run this version 3.3.12. And what are they up to? 3.8. Yes, they have newer code here. I wonder if I can just use that. Yeah, maybe I should update npm then. Can I use npm to update npm? npm update npm. I don't think that did anything. npm upgrade npm. Yeah, how are you supposed to do this? Maybe -G. Oh, that seems to have done something. The progress bar stopped. I don't know how much this is going to help. I'll at least know that the code that I'm reading through is code that I also have on my own machine. I guess that part's good. Probably need to close out of these things. And maybe a whole bunch of other stuff. Although this should have been the npm that was installed in desktop.del cd test package JSON 3.8.1. Yeah, I was on 3.8.1. Just not globally. And now I should be on it everywhere. Cannot find module npm log. Seriously? Did this fail? Error. Program files bin, which is outside this and not a link. Oh, this might have been a mistake. This might have been a big mistake. Can I even run npm anymore? Oh boy. That's not good. That's really not good. Get npm log. Well, without npm log, I can't run npm. Okay, let's do this. npm. I just want to find this, and I want to go install this. How do you get npm for the first time? Bundled with Node. The thing is, I want. What is this? The current version is in 4.4.0. Oh, this is not good. This is definitely not good. Can I just get npm? Oh, this is very bad. This is very, very bad. npm comes with Node. Okay, well then we're gonna have to download this, which I shouldn't have to do. Do I have NVM on my machine? I do. Ugh, maybe that's what's doing this then. Oh, this is This is just bad. Yeah, this is... If I can get NPM out of this, then I think we're good. Otherwise... Is this even going to run? Okay, good. So next, I want just NPM. In fact, is there a way to like turn off all of these things? Feature will be installed when required. I can't just turn this off. I just want this. You would break apt too. Okay, I don't like this whole removing files. Oh, good. Let me just close everything, right? Do I want to close everything that's running in Node? I mean, I guess it's my bot. That's the important thing that's running. Is anyone even connected to my bot? Who were the last people to get light tokens? So yeah, there were a bunch of people who got them who never used them. So Toasted Neurons, are these people even still in chat? Toasted Neuron, no. Dutch Mind, no. Nope. Taco Wolf is there. Yeah, okay, so Taco Wolf, if you want, you should have gotten a link from BotLad. If you want to use that, you can. If you didn't get it, then I don't know what to say. And yeah, these people got them too. Oh, well, I did. All right, well, I'm going to close this out. Yeah, let's just close all this stuff. Okay, so does this ever refresh? Let's just hit close. What's the worst that could happen? There, it's been done. So if I do npm version, whoop, what did I just press? Node is not recognized as a command anymore. Haha. Oh man. What did I do? All right. Well, am I still a Node developer if I don't have Node on my machine? I don't think I am. I think I have to give up my badge. Oh, this is something else. All right. Repair, just install everything. Fine. Install. It's probably just a path issue. Time to reinstall Windows. Oh, okay, cool. So we upgraded from 3.3 to 3.4. What node version are we on? Well, at least node version 1 up. That's not right, though. Why don't we have the newest node, or NPM? Is there any point to doing any of this? Okay, well, there's that. Let me give a token to Spurtman. I don't think that even worked. Whoops. Yeah, I typed the name wrong. Okay, there we go. So I don't know how to get the newest node or newest version of NPM. And I don't really think it matters too much. I think here's what I need to do. Let's go back to NPM here. And do I even have NPM list? I don't know. As long as I have this, I guess that's fine. And things are working generally. Yeah. So I'll pick this. We'll load this up. It has nothing in the file. I don't believe that. There we go. All right, then debug break. Wait, did you say I can't write that file? Unable to save. What, I need an elevated window here? Program files x86. It's not even there. It's in program files. Then it's in Node.js npm.cmd. There it is. All right, let's set debug break in here. There we go. Now I run node inspector, which is broken. Okay. Wait. 5.8.0. Yeah, I broke everything. What is this doing? This isn't even... No, this is wrong. I've broken everything. It's all over. Node inspector was somehow... No, that wasn't... No, that wasn't right. It's all ogre now. Time to play Smash Mouth and walk off into the sunset. Wow, Spirit Man. Yeah, Micah, I know. It's a sad existence I'm living right now. Basically, nothing's gotten done today. I don't think there's ever been such an unproductive Monday in the history of Botland. And I thought I was onto something here too. I thought, oh, I'll just debug this and I'll find out what APIs are being called. But then my source code didn't match the source code on GitHub. And then I screwed up Node and NPM. And now I can't install this for some reason. I see stuff happening. Connection refused. Oh, what? It's still trying to contact the wrong registry. Oh, God. NPM config set registry. Can I just set this back to... What's it called? NPM. I'm not even going to figure this out. Let's just run Sinopia. There's no winning. It's over. Okay, well, let's just figure out what I'm supposed to do now. So go to node and then did we just set it to this, I think. npm config set registry this. There. Now I should be able to install. So it just spun a whole lot doing nothing and now it's working. You were looking at the old code on GitHub? Yeah, okay. I don't know if their new code makes more sense or not, but I should probably just close their GitHub. How am I looking at old code though? Whatever, just close it. Close it all. So I need to get Sinopia. I need to get whatever else I'm missing. PM2 probably. Yeah, of course. I also want to turn off this progress bar. npm turn off progress bar. Because it's apparently like triples the amount of... What is this? This hasn't been done yet? Oh, so what? I don't even know what I'm looking at right here. Wait, error code 1. Oh, I need node jip or whatever it is. Node install, node git, I don't know. I think it's, yeah. So once we have this, then the other install should work. Exit code 1. Ah, everything's failing. No such file or directory, rename. Well, those are all warnings, though. Was there an actual error here? I don't see any red text. What is going on? All I have is a registry set here. And when I do which node, where's it pulling this from? Program files. Which npm is pulling from program files. So everything is pulling from there. And is this directory not clean or something? Node modules, there's npm. What? Let's just make a blank command prompt here. Npm install -g node. Okay. I don't think this is going to do anything differently. Because it's the same script. Oh, it worked. What? How did it work? I ran the exact same command right here. Okay, so... Right? What? That makes no sense. So is this going to fail too? Is this just a cursed command prompt here? The environment matters, sure, but did I do anything from this command prompt that would have changed my environment? That worked too. Okay, well, we don't have PM2 either, so I guess let's just get that as long as I'm here. And what other global dependencies did I have? Gulp? Yeah, I guess gulp is pretty important. Otherwise, I can't build anything. So npm install -g gulp. Oh, error code 1. This thing failed. So I couldn't install PM2. I wonder if it'll work from command prompt. That's very weird. It's very weird. It works from this, but not from this window. I wonder if which node, which npm. Program files. Oh, but this one also points at... How can these point at two different things, though? Which npm. This should be impossible. What? They should have exactly the same environment. They're both just command prompts. I don't know what's going on anymore. Does this mean... No, deleted. I don't want to work at Microsoft again. Not anytime soon, at least. What are you using for tabs? Are you not using PowerShell? I'm using this. Installer might have changed your environment. Yeah, I guess that's possible. But then I launch a new one of these. Oh, it's all Conniemu's environment. Okay, yeah, so I need to restart my... bot again. Let's try this. So now what? Which npm should work? Yeah. Let's do that. Yeah, everyone can see it. That's what you get by subscribing. Okay, well, whatever. Do I have gulp? Yes. I have PM2? Yes. So at this point, I should be able to change this so that I can debug this. Oh, node inspector. That's what I need. Node inspector. Alright, let's go to that website. Close out of these things. Change this to do debug break. Now I just do npm add user -- registry local. Oh, I don't have Sinopia. Darn it. Means I gotta go modify this again. Yeah, it's appropriate now too. You're right. Although Bowser did kill me a lot. Oh, what's all that red stuff? That's like the blood of my command prompt. Cannot open include file. No such file or directory. Huh. And yet that's not considered to be an error here. Well, I apparently have Sinopia, so let's run it. Hooray. Now let's change this back to what it used to be. And then we just go crazy. Alright, localhost 4873. And now this breaks in, so we should see this thing do something. Let's refresh the page maybe. No, something's wrong. Cannot find module NOPT. I broke everything. I don't even know what's looking for this module. Loading the sources correctly, at least. No, what's this? Did I crash Inspector again? I don't know what's happening. It's not even responding. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, it still can't find this. I guess it's broken in, but it's already had an error, NOPT. I wonder why that happens. I need JS lint. Which, by the way, yeah, that would probably fail too, huh? Gulp or pre-commit. Cannot find module date format. How did I screw all of this up? Did I ever install this globally? Actually, this would probably be in my app data folder. Yeah, here we go. Here's everything I'd installed globally. Is date format one of them? No. That's not weird at all. I don't know what's going on. But I guess there were a lot of global things that I had. So let's my global packages. So I had Babel, Browserify, which I may or may not need still, Express, Gulp, Istanbul, Connects, NCU, no debug. Do I need that? I don't know. PM2, Sinopia, and Webpack. But Gulp says it can't find date format, which was never installed globally, and probably isn't even in any of my package files here. It's required by Gulp. Gulp util. Babel. Okay, so here's the part I don't get. This is trying to be installed from here. Date format. This is coming from this folder in roaming. Yeah, it shouldn't be pulled from roaming at all. And Gulp wasn't installed properly here then, if that's the issue. Because this has date format as a dependency and it was just never installed. Oh, that's a big problem. That is quite a big problem. None of these things were installed. But why is it even trying to pull things from here? I should uninstall NVM. Will I even gain anything by uninstalling NVM? Disable node version management. This probably updates my path. In fact, I'm pretty sure it does. Now if I do which npm, no, it doesn't. I'm so confused right now. NVM is already disabled. So launching a new one of these, I guess it never changed my path to begin with. That was probably me. What if I just deleted all of this? Alright, here's what we're going to do. We'll just do an ls here and pipe it to my clipboard and then paste this in here. This was everything that I had. In fact, let's get rid of all of the duplicates. So if I get rid of this and then do edit, permute, unique. Yeah, so here's everything. I apparently had all of these. I'm going to just wipe out this folder. Be gone npm. Let me close out of all of these things too, I guess. Yeah, my bot is going to be very unreliable. So Max, if you're still in chat, are you still in chat? No, you're not. And yeah, maybe try reinstalling Gulp via the Windows command line. I'm going to try reinstalling almost everything. Let's close out of all of this stuff. And I'm going to delete this entire folder, the npm and the npm cache. I probably should have let those go to the recycle bin. Oh well. I've deleted them permanently. I can't possibly regret this, right? So yeah, my bot is turned off for right now. Yeah, so as far as tasks go, I set out to do something, what, Thursday or Friday? And I just kept running into problem after problem after problem, so I'm stacked like 6 deep into this. So when I finish this, I'll be able to finish my Ansible script, I'll be able to make my new Git repository, I'll be able to include that from another thing, and then finally get back to the task I was working on like 3 business days ago. What are you running in your VirtualBox? I'm running 3 Linux VMs right now. And they were supposed to be, this one is for deploying via Ansible, and then these are Ansible targets. So they're just kind of empty machines for right now. All right, let's do this. So what do we have? Which npm? Okay, that's good. And which node? Okay, that's also good. So let's rerun this and try doing pre-stream. Can it launch everything in Node correctly? Yes, yes, yes. Great. Oh. Yeah, Max, so is Max here? Why can I not? Hey, you got a link from BotLad. From my lights. Okay, I whispered this person. I'll give them a new token there. Okay, so trying again. Let's do this. Sinopia. Yeah, I don't even have this anymore. So that explains a whole lot. npm install node jip. No, this won't work until I close out of this. There. So if this succeeds, oh, well, the progress bar is different. That's strange. What version of NPM am I using? Also, sorry, I don't know how loud that was. I accidentally hit the microphone with my hand. NPM version 3.7.3. So it is practically the max now. Well, well, well. And that installed. Okay, we're not in bad shape, I think. So I just need to install the rest of these things. So let's get Babel, Browserify, Express, Gulp, Istanbul, Connects, NCU, Node Inspector, PM2, Sinopia, and Webpack. This can't take long at all. All right, let's get the current time because I think this is going to take a while. Oh, well, it failed quickly. NCU is not in the NPM registry. I think it's called node check updates or something. Let's echo a new time. Also, this person looked shirtless almost. I was like, that's a weird GitHub icon to have. All right, how do you install this? It's called npm check updates. Yeah. Yeah, the old loading thing did look better. But there were a lot of performance issues around the loading bar. I wonder if they made it slightly better now. I would probably expect this to take maybe 2 or 3 minutes, which means I shouldn't have done this. I should have installed them individually. Okay. So I put all of this in here. Yeah, this is still running. Okay. The progress bar is almost at max. I mean, you guys can't see because of my face, but take a look. So there you have it. Almost at max. But does that mean it's done? Or does that mean it's only done with one of these packages? Uh-oh, it's installing gun. We can't let it install bullets. Okay, in the end, was any of this even worthwhile? I don't think so. I think what I'm going to determine is that the way they're calling this function, they're just calling save after word. That's all I wanted to figure out, though, is how they're calling save. So maybe it's worthwhile. Who knows? That doesn't look good. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. Let's run it. Sinopia. Cool. Now let's set our registry, npm add user registry, http localhost 4873, and then update this so that it says debug break while we also run node inspector. That's pretty important. Then we launch that page here, and we should be in with no problems about NOPT, whatever that was. Oh wow, we actually are in. Everything is working. Aha! Okay. We're in business. So we hit, well, we don't hit play. I don't know. I don't know where this thing is located. That's the problem. There's an add user function. Whoa. Error not implemented. Well, thanks a lot for giving me that same error 1740 times. What's it searching then? This is just a lie. I can't search files. Okay, there's a function that reads this in. I'm going to find this. Read, no, it's not here. Add user. Is there another add user function? Oh, of course. There are two. Which one am I in? Who knows? Read username. This right here. I want to set a breakpoint right there. And now we want to hit the play button, and that should be broken into immediately. Please work. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. All right. We're good. So now we just need to look at where this is coming from. Command dot apply. And then what? What does it do after all of that? How in the world does this work? Because if I do this, if I do npmrc right now, it just has the registry. And check this out. I'm gonna hit play here and just kind of go through this once. So let's type a username of Adam, a password, and an email address of whatever, because it doesn't matter. And now, if we do a more over here, you'll see that there is an auth token. Amazing. So that's our dry run. Now here is the run where we actually care about doing stuff. Anonymene says, I'm new to JS. I'm using Require.js currently for my job project. How does Browserify differ from it? So Browserify is for taking, let's say you're in Node and you're using something like Lodash, which that's not a good place to show you. Okay, so I'm in Node and I say something like Lodash equals require Lodash. And then I can use functions in this. So there's a find function, there's a whatever else I might want, like a sample. What Browserify will do is it'll convert all of your different require statements into something that work in client-side, just browser-based JavaScript. So in that sense, there are some shims in there. Maybe you already with Require.js get easy requires, but it'll also do things like your FS calls won't fail. They'll just not do anything. So I don't know if there's much of a difference between what you're currently using in that. I also don't even know if I'm using Browserify anymore, to be honest. I think I switched to Webpack. Regardless, here's where I am now. I have this breaking in at the beginning, and then I hit the play button and it breaks in at the username. So we're good here. Now the only thing I want to figure out, the only thing I came into here for, is to figure out at the end of all of this, how does it save it back to the config file? We have now verified that it's definitely doing that. So we have a prompt for username and then a function afterward which gives us our prompt. But this stuff doesn't really matter. What we want to get into here is, I believe, this. So we call all of the functions, and at the end of it we call the callback. I wonder what the callback is, but I think we need a breakpoint here. So let's type username Adam, password, and then a@a.com. And the callback should get hit. Perfect. Now what is that callback? This reaches out to the server. It must. Error handler. Log.disable progress. What? How did we get here? Do we have an error? Either this thing's really slow. Oh, it's ER. Okay, never mind. That's also not a convention. I want to get to the bottom of this. So if npm config loaded, is this thing loaded? It is. Okay, good. So loaded the config. Callback called equals true. Now what does this do? Not error exit 0. It's exiting. Now it's done. Did it update the file already? It did. I missed it. Okay, we gotta run this again. Yeah, we gotta run this again. So we can close out of this. I did that wrong. Okay, let's delete that. Okay, so now it's back to one line, and now we run this again, and I just press the play button here, and then the play button one more time. I type in the stuff, Adam, password, a@a.com, and then I check. Did it get updated already? It did. So by the time it's gotten to the callback, it's already done with what it needed to do. It's kind of strange. Interesting, Expert Man. Okay, let's close out of that one more time and try this again. So as soon as I've typed in the password, that's when this thing starts to happen, I think. So we don't really care about this, read username. What we care about is at the end of read password. Return read password. But then all this gets into the callback. Oh, this right here, function shift. Save. Oh, there's a save function. It's written right in the code. Oh man, I thought this would be harder to find than that. Okay, we gotta go load that up. So how do I do this? In here I go into node modules, npm, and I just need to figure out where this save function is. I think by searching for read email I can find it pretty easily. So desktop del test node modules, find stir snip this star.js. There it is. Okay, we load this up and then go back up to here and we find a save function. Aha! So go to the save function and put a breakpoint here. Actually, we don't even need to put a breakpoint there. This is all I wanted to figure out. So they get the registry. This is what I was doing, but then they get a scope. I don't know what that is. There may be a saved scope and no dash dash registry for login. Strange. Also, I can apparently just call this, although I don't know what C and U are. Username, password, email. Okay, that makes sense. What is C then? C isn't even used. Gotta be kidding me. Oh, it's an error. No, what? What is this? What is, it is, yeah, C isn't used at all in this function. What does this even represent? Is it a config? Read username, c.u. C is this thing. Credentials? I guess credentials. But they just named it C. Well, whatever. I guess I can call save if this is exported, which it probably isn't. Where's the export? It's only add user. Okay, so I don't have access to this function. But I can just duplicate it. I don't understand. Are you debugging NPM? Yes, I am. I'm debugging NPM because I want to... well, I'll explain this all from the beginning, this once, because I'll catch everyone up to speed this way, I think. So I originally started with... There's a program called Sinopia, which runs in Node. And let me show you this. What it does is it serves as a private NPM repository for you. So let's say I have my own module that I want, like for Botland. I just call it Botland module. I can register it with Sinopia, and then when I try to do an NPM install on Botland module, it'll contact this instance of Sinopia instead of the real NPM. So that's great, but in order to do this, you need to add a user so that you have credentials to access these modules that are running, because it's code and you want that to be protected. Well, running add user programmatically is moderately difficult, and so that's what I'm trying to figure out, and I wanted to see how NPM did it in a manual way. And it seems like this is relatively straightforward. Let's copy paste this function over to here and format it. It's a little bit more sane. Now the C variable is not used at all. U seems to just be credentials. Hey, if I search for it this way. So params auth, they call into this just like how I did. Then if scope, they set it based on a scope. I don't have a scope, so I don't really care about that. If doc and doc token. Here's what I didn't do. It was this. I didn't do npm. Oh no, that was the only thing I didn't do. Oh, I should have realized. So this is it. This is all I need. If so there's a token and there is a token, then I can just do this. Wow. All right, let's test it out. This is all we need to do now. So this save, this is something I should have done, but this is what I should have done first. And I believe this doesn't even take a callback, does it? It doesn't. This is it. This is the only code I was missing. And it's not doc.token in my case, it's data.token. And then once that's set, I can call save on this. And that's it. We should be done. Okay, let's break out of this program and try that out. And then we're done. Okay. So currently, here's what we have. We have one line in this file. When I'm done running this program, let's check this out. Node main Adam password adam@adam.com. And then we just got to cut out this. Username, that shouldn't be asking for that. Oh, that's not good. This should be npm.registry.adduser. I think like that. Error, unknown error while authenticating. Uh-oh. Oh, did they change how this is read in? Okay, there's a small error here. Add user takes in args now, and then a callback. Oh, I made this annoying. Wait. No, there's a registry function I'm going to call here. Yes, that is correct, Spurtman. Well, it's not entirely. Anyway, let's find out where this thing is. It's called npm registry. I think I don't know. I had this file open on my computer, but then I wiped out everything. Okay, I can't find this. Let's do it this way. Find stir add user. There, that. What is that? npm registry client. Test add user. This is the test code though. I don't want that. I want this. This is what I want. Yes. Okay. So add user. Where do we have this function? URI params. Params takes an auth. Auth takes an username, password, email. Now I'm calling this correctly. Something's wrong here, but I don't know what. Error in add user. Error while unknown error while authenticating. Maybe the user already exists. Maybe add them too. URI is not defined. Oh, we're so much closer. All I need to do is type this in. Now we're done. Okay, great. So let's go into Sinopia. And where does this exist though? Program files /npm. That's not right. Oh, I thought it was npm. Where is npm coming from? Oh, Node.js. Okay, whatever. And then Sinopia should be in here. Nope. Oh, it's in app data somehow. How did it get there? Oh, maybe I shouldn't have wiped out that folder. Oh, that's not even a directory, is it? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Where's the config for any of this? This is a great question. I feel like I'm so close to figuring this out. Have to try and HT password. That right there. Yeah, this. Open containing folder. Delete HT password. Everything works. You ready? Ready? Watch this. Adam password. No, not error authenticating. Okay, there we go. Successfully saved file. It kind of worked. I have an auth token for that now. I think that's only sort of what I wanted. It should have been on 2 separate lines. And yeah, Surfing Ninjas, I am still working on this. They do things a little differently here though. They do if doc and doc.token. Yeah, that's basically just checking if the token is set. Otherwise, they do it here. Always auth. Huh. Yeah, weird. There's one thing I don't understand, and that's why is this not getting... Where's the npm.rc file? Here. Oh, no, it worked. Why did this all look like it's printing on one line then? Saving the config. Oh, because I... Oh, that's why. Yep, okay. I think I figured it out. There's only one part that I haven't figured out yet. And... Oh, no, what? Yeah, the only thing I haven't figured out is why could I not log in as Adam? And I think it's a simple matter of it cached it in memory. So let's try this now. If this works, then everything is figured out. I just need to comment a bunch of stuff. Yeah, perfect. No, wait, not perfect. Unknown error. Why is it an unknown error? What is my registry? Oh no. Oh, I'm registering with the... Oh, darn it. I think I just made a user on npmjs.org that has a password of adam@adam.com or a... Never mind. Anyway, let's set this correctly. I think everything is figured out. Localhost 4873. There. Now this should work. Perfect. Yep. We're good. Yeah. Well, that took 8.5 hours, or 7.5 hours, I mean. Welcome to Adam13531's programming stream. Home of the best coder in the world. Give me a task that takes 10 minutes and I can guarantee it'll be done in 7.5 hours or less. Okay, let's comment this stuff. This is ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Can't believe this. Like, looking back at today, I can see how each step I did led to the next one. But then what caused me to just spin in a loop for so long? Was a lack of food? Was I actually making progress? I'm not sure. Twitchy, thank you for following. Means a lot to me that someone likes watching me suffer that much to want to come back in the future. Let's run a giveaway. Alright. Go Micah. So saving the config and then successfully save the user file. I'm going to write down where I got this stuff from. It was this add user. No, it isn't even that. Where it's this. There's a save function. Yeah, here. Yeah. So no, I adapted code from the official npm codebase located here. From the save function in the official npm codebase located here. The only thing this doesn't do is handle scoping, which I don't think I need, so I didn't copy that over. Someday in the future I'm going to need it, despite that I don't even know what it is right now, and I'm going to just come back and read this comment and say, why didn't I do it then? Sometimes it takes time because you have to learn what's going on. That's the process of... No, yeah, I know. And I've run into this enough times that I know that's just how things go. It is disappointing when it happens, and I know that tonight I'm going to feel like I should really do another 4 hours of work, but that's not a good idea, and I want to be fresh for tomorrow. So we're going to clean all of this stuff up and get as much leftover progress as I can. Yeah. So modify the in-memory config and then save the config. The user one by default is located at npmrc. Good. So here's our file. Now let's try to undo all of the rubble that I've caused here. So somehow I don't have a, oh yeah, that's right. Because it's here. Good. So main.js has changed a lot. We load up the user config. Probably get rid of this. Get rid of this and this. Good. And then what is use Sinopia and why did this change? Yeah, that doesn't need to change. And thanks, Twitchy. I appreciate it. I really do. I've been streaming, by the way, for anyone new to the stream, I've been streaming since September 8th for Botland. And Botland, the game, you can find out more about it by watching that video. For the last month and 6 days, I've been working on the backend, DevOps. All of the stuff that you see me working on now, where it's not like the code that I was just doing. As someone playing the game, you'll never see it. You'll never see the impact of it. So it's so far in the back end that as a user, you'll just think, oh, he did some stuff, I guess, but I don't know what it is. I will eventually, hopefully in about a month or two, get back to the game code. And then it's UI, graphics, and gameplay and polish just for the next, I don't know, 7-8 months. I'm sure I'll be going back to DevOps too. And actually, depending on when I get art, maybe in the next week or two, I might have to take a couple of days and try experimenting in how I can make the art render well and have it be performant still. So we'll see how all of this works. Okay, so this has been set. So fixed the add user npm add user script so that it correctly saves the modified config back to the disk. Before this, there was a bug where it was correctly running. It was successfully running, but it just didn't change anything. So then the npm install tasks would fail, which I wouldn't have even realized unless I'd installed Lodash accidentally on Sinopia. If I hadn't done that, it would have said, yeah, everything worked totally fine. You're good to go. Remember to take that day off too? Yeah, thank you, Escu. I do need to do that. I'm trying to figure out when exactly. I was thinking either this Wednesday or next Wednesday, but given that I'm not telling people soon enough, I don't think I'll do it this Wednesday. Because I don't want to just bail on you guys. I was playing Else Heartbreak before and was hoping to find more programming games, so this is quite interesting. Wait, what were you playing? Else Heartbreak? I've never heard of this. Huh, I'll have to look into this. Dehydra says, I'll help with graphics. Yeah, there's some concept art already. Okay. So, have I checked this in yet? No. But we're going to. Then I'm going to push, and then I'm going to get all of this working. So here we go. Let's close out of just all of this nonsense. Close, close, close. Great. Now over here, we'll connect to Debian 1. We'll do an infra, I can't do that, that's right. Botland, infra, Ansible, git pull, that probably won't work. It actually did work. And I have the IP addresses saved already, but I have modified something else here. This is actually a really important thing. We need to change this. So git checkout this, and then git diff. I should have one file. Good, perfect. Okay, we're good so far. Everything is looking good. All I need to do is run this command right here. Okay, please work. Please, please work. Actually, there's no telling whether this is going to work because if only I could pause this. Oh, successful. Impressive. But not impressive enough. Here's what we need to do to make sure it's super impressive. We power off the machine, we restore the snapshot, and then we power on the machine. And now we know that it was in a bad state. So let's connect again to it. Debian 3. Oh, hang on a sec. Okay. All right, so we're connected again. Now I just want to run this again. So here's how I know that things are going to work definitely. Or well, I'll know that they've worked. Is this. My npmrc has nothing. Actually, that's not indicative of anything. Hang on a second. Cat npmrc. Yeah, nothing. Look at this. We have a prefix here. So when I run this, it's going to do everything it just did basically. But now we'll know that it worked if it doesn't error out. Before, it might have been because I manually changed something. Now we know for sure because I just restored from a snapshot. Let's see. Pull. Good, good, good. So networking was the stickler before, and now it's working. Okay. It's an adventure game, but you can also program the attributes and behaviors of the objects in the game. Oh, neat. Yeah, by the way, Botland is currently playable. It's just it costs loyalty points to play. So you can play, you can connect. Yeah, Horforia is still online. You can make bots. I'll make a really, really simple one right now. Let's just do this. Let's do can teleport. We'll just put in XY. I'm just going to type this out. Teleport X plus 5Y. Move left. Blam. There. Teleport bots. And yeah, Tom, I can show you. Just let me watch these teleport really fast. Teleport cooldown is like 15 turns. There we go. So I have two repositories. So I can show you in the Botland info one, I have a root file that just contains dev dependencies. So colors, gulp, gulp ESLint. I think I structure this slightly better than I structured the other one. Then when I go into the matchmaker, for example, this has a relatively bare package.json. It's got Bluebird retry for connecting, JSON over TCP for sending data between matchmakers, Lodash for utility functions, and Restify for both the client and server. And then each of the individual shared folders here has whatever it is that they need. So the logger, for example, will contain Winston, and nothing else in the code base contains Winston. So that's pretty nice. And same thing like networking, there's IP address is in here, but it's nowhere else in the code base. Lodash is duplicated everywhere. That's all over the place. Yeah, so there's a bunch of them, and I can keep going into these if you want, but they're all pretty much the same. They have whatever few dependencies. The other repo, that looks totally different. This is a little bit uglier. The main package JSON has all of the different things that I needed to run because at some point, all of them were using Babel. And in fact, they might still be, I'm not sure. How'd you end up sharing code? That's what all of this diversion was for. It was so that I could share code better. So yes, eventually, probably as of tomorrow, things will look very different. But as of now, I'm not ready to do that yet. I have made sure that this works, so I can say this is done. What else do I need here? Figure out how I'm supposed to auto cache on the Sinopia box. I don't think I do auto cache, but I'll just leave that. What is this? Yeah. So I think we can close out of these things finally. Yep. Do this on Ansible deployer so that Sinopia role will work. I don't need that. So this is how I run Sinopia stuff. Any reason for choosing JS for the project? Yeah, so I started the prototype for this game almost a year and a half ago, and my goal was to learn Node.js. So I had to pick JavaScript because that's the only way you can learn Node. And then after I was done with the prototype, I reevaluated and thought, do I still want to use JavaScript? Is it the best choice for this project? And I determined that yes, it was. I think part of it was because I worked on the prototype for 7 months. That was written in JavaScript. The second was that it's a web-based game. I think JavaScript makes a lot of sense for that. And the third was the server and the client can now both run in the same language. Hey, Sound of Gaming. How's it going? All right. So I want to document some of this. DevOps, Ansible. So setting up the Ansible machine for the first time. I don't think this has to change. I think it's still the same password file. Setting up local machines for the first time. So really the only thing is setting up the Sinopia machine. This only needs to be done once. Just set a Sinopia IP address in the host, in the inventory, and run like this. So Ansible playbook division -i dev host or prod host, I guess. I don't think it really matters, does it? If it's prod host, it'll be part of prod. Dev host, infra children, dev children. Yeah. I'll just write here dev or prod. Then extra vars, remote user. That actually shouldn't have been necessary that whole time, right? Because dev has its own vars. Yeah, remote user Adam. I didn't need this. I didn't ever need that. And then the vault password file. And then there's one other option I can specify, which is how to trim down to only looking at certain hosts. I think it's -L. Didn't I write this down somewhere? -L. I don't remember. Oh, limit. So wait, why when I searched for -L did it not find this? -L. What? It's right there. Is that an I? Are you? No, you're not. You're not in disguise. All right, well, whatever. We'll just specify the -- limit thing then, huh? Where are we? Here. -- limit Sinopia. Yeah, I am still making progress on Botland. My notebook comedy DevOps. So mean. Twitchy, what I used for learning Node.js, I think this is decent. It's kind of strangely named, but it's called Learn You Node. So this is what I used a year and 2 months ago. And I thought it was okay. I think you click tutorials. Yeah, just do this. I mean, first you need to install Node. You'll need Node.js. So just click that, click download, click install. Then do this, and then type Learn You Node. And it runs you through some basics. I think it's good. If you haven't ever used JavaScript before, then it might be a little similar to... Actually, that doesn't matter what it's similar to. If you have used JavaScript before, but you haven't done Node before, I think the interesting things for you are going to be callbacks and promises, basically just async coding, and then the requires and just packages. And other than that, everything's all pretty much the same. Middleware is also kind of new. I'd say it boils down to those concepts. So Node.js, things that were new for me after having coded JavaScript already, was async stuff. So that's like callbacks and promises. And it's not like I hadn't used these, but they're pretty much everywhere. The concept of middleware, which is any number of functions that are called before your like final function. And what else did I say? Oh yeah, requires systems and packages. Yeah, it's weird with OneNote. Their search is just not that great for some reason. Even when you type things in quotes, sometimes I don't know. It's weird. It's strange when I type something like, say I have hi there. When I search for hi there, I expect to only find this combination of two words. OneNote treats it as like, oh, here's an instance of hi, and here's an instance of there, and then it litters the editor you have with a bunch of highlighted words because you were searching for two things. Okay, so I think that's all I really needed to document here. Say and okay, great. So everything should be set up. We need to test just briefly at least the security of this thing. So if I go to, let's load up the host file. If I go to this IP address, it says no packages, and I guess I could log in as BL deploy and then my password, which I don't even know my password. This is the password. Do you? No, I don't care. So, all right, I'm logged in. Can I search for packages now? It says none exist. Right. Why is that the case? And where's that IP address again? Here. Let's SSH into this machine. I gotta do this off screen for a sec. Okay, there. So I'm in the machine. Now, do I have a screen running? I do. So how do I check my NPM cache? What do you do with this? LS? What? What is this? I don't recognize any of these things. ES Prima's there. Is it? Did it automatically cache all this stuff? Maybe it did. Huh. In which case I don't have an issue then, do I? Let's try this out. If I do npm config git registry, this is pointing at my Azure instance of Sinopia. Which, can I go over to Sinopia now? Yeah, here we go. Alright, so I did a search. And then what if I go to install something? Infra, overseer. Let's just do an npm install here and see what happens over here. Nothing. Nothing happened over there. Okay, rm, rf, node modules. And now let's do an npm install and see what happens over here. Aha! Git bluebird, git lodash. Wait, it doesn't cache this? Bytes 0/0. That means it was already cached. So what if I do those same steps again? Yeah, now Bluebird is cached, so it got 0 out of 0. Not bad. Long day. CS 101 draining you out. This is another one of those things where it just sounds so like condescending for me to say it, but you're the one who makes jokes about that. Yeah, 304 is not modified. So the first time it had to fetch it, which is a little strange because, no, maybe it already existed. Maybe that's why. And maybe I just never queried for it before. So EJ, Sinopia caches by default whenever I search for something, right? I have other classes too. Oh yeah, EJ, that was a lot of fun. I got into a state, oh man, just never mind. I'm not even going to explain this. If you want to watch the VOD, just skim over it for like 2 hours. It's mostly just me struggling with the same thing over and over. I did come up with a good solution though for the add user thing. And that's what NPM did, because that's what I debugged. I was debugging NPM for an hour. So now I finally got it. So if I go to add user main, there was one line of code I was missing, and that was this. Set credentials by URI. You know, you don't have to watch the VOD. You don't have to do that. And yeah, it caches by default. Okay. I never knew spectator troubleshooting could be so exciting. Someday I should give back in a way where I help someone else with their problems. Just tell them what they need to do. What else do we have here? Anthropology lab. We had to determine if blood was AB, AV0. It was a headache. Okay. This is done by default. Whew. So get rid of deprecation warnings. Make it so that Ansible sets the NPM registry correctly for endpoints so they pull my private modules. That's actually done now. And that is actually almost done. Make private modules so that the stack push code that I had can be used more elegantly. So that the code that I did a git stash. I said stack push. It's stash push. Man, so tomorrow's going to be a bunch of refactoring, and then what? What did I even leave off on? We're going back to like Thursday. Refactoring, or not Thursday, Wednesday. Figure out how to make a config. Where did I do this? What did I leave off on? Oh yeah, it's this. It was the whatever. Fine. All right. So I think I'm good. I think I've been. What's the bot uptime here? Oh, actually, bot uptime is going to be. Both my uptimes are going to be low. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I've been online for 8 hours. Okay, let me see if there's someone I'm going to host. I think I'm done for today. Like I said, that was 8 hours. I think I've been relatively cheery throughout, as much as any one person can be after dealing with all of that. Alright, I'll host ZFG because, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so thanks for watching. I really appreciate it, and I'm going to get going. I'll be on tomorrow, another 9 to 5. Remember that for me, it is currently 5 p.m., so figure out what I am in relation to you. I'll be online 16 hours from now, so you can always just go by that. So, yeah. All right, see you guys tomorrow. Bye.